Ready si House? Session resumed. Session suspended.
Ay, pa-picture ka na ito. Chef, yung privilege. Low, sound. Check, sound.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business, and may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill resolution on first reading as well as communication committee reports.
The Secretary General is directed to do so.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill Number 8815, strengthening the national policy of nutrition, dietetics, physical wellness, and health. Representative Garcia Pablajan.
Referred to the Committee on Health.
House Bill Number 8816, authorizing the FDA to grant emergency use and right to try authorization for vaccines or drugs to address the novel pandemics. Representative Garcia Pablajan.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill Number 8819, converting Dr. George P. Rorica City Hospital in General Santos City into a medical center to be known as the General Santos City Medical Center. Representative Banyas Nograles.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill Number 8820, creating a mandatory position for a Human Resource Management Officer in LGUs. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill Number 8821, ensuring the welfare and protection of BPO workers in the Philippines. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill Number 8822, providing for the establishment of learning cities, mandating compliance with key features. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill Number 8823, to include in the curricula of all levels of basic education in the public and private schools at least 2 hours of physical education a week. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill Number 8824, protecting telecommunication subscribers against unauthorized services and consumption of load credits. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill Number 8826, converting the municipality of Bayambang into a component city of the province of Pangasinan to be known as the City of Bayambang. Representative Arenas.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill Number 8827, establishing the P. Javier Elementary School in P. Javier Sabeste Antique. Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill Number 8828, declaring February 26 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Zamboanga in commemoration of their city charter anniversary. Representative Jimenez.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill Number 8830, requiring all broadcast media networks to devote 15 minutes airtime every hour during prime time hours for the educational programs for children. Representative Sarmiento.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill Number 8832, granting the income tax exemption to senior citizens age 60 and above. Representative Ordanes.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill Number 8833, reinstating the original staffing pattern of the Southern Philippines Agribusiness, Marine, and Aquatic School of Technology. Representative Bautista Bandigan.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill Number 8834, establishing the West Mindoro Exclusive Economic Zone Authority and the Freeport in Santa Cruz and Mamburao, Occidental Mindoro. Representative Umali Maria Victoria.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1606, urging the convening of the House panel of the Congressional Oversight Committee on the RP-US Visiting Forces Agreement to pave the way for a thorough discussion on the possible options for the country regarding the agreement. Representative Biason.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution 1607, urging the House through the Committees on Human Rights to condemn and investigate the Cordillera Regional Law Enforcement Coordinating Committee resolution to implement tokhang operations against left-leaning personalities. Representative Colyamat, Zarate, Gaite, Brosas, Castro, Franz, and Ilago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1608, directing the appropriate House Committee to inquire on the alarming growth of adolescent pregnancies in the country. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1609, expressing profound sympathies and sincerest condolences of the House to the bereaved family of former Cavite Governor Reño Ayong S. Maliksi, representative of the 2nd District Cavite in the 11th and the 3rd District of Cavite and in the 15th Congress. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1610 urging the Committee on Agriculture and Food and other appropriate committees to inquire on the implementation of Fisheries Administrative Order Number 266 Series of 2020 issued by the DA. Representative Dalipe.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1611 commending Gregorio G. Villar III, Genevieve V. Yang, and Edward Gonzalez for their vital contribution in the safe landing of the Perseverance rover of Mars last February 18, 2021. Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Resolution 1612 expressing profound condolences of the House to the family of Honorable James J. Gordon Jr., former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Zambales during the 10th, 11th, 12th Congresses. Representative Velasco, Romualdez Ferdinand, and Paduano.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1613 commending and congratulating Ms. Gloria Dino Steele on her appointment as Acting Administrator of the United States Agency for International Development. Representative Arenas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1614 urging the appropriate committee of the House to inquire on the procedure of the PIDEA in the coming UP with their narco list. Representative Pichay.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications, letter dated January 11, 2021 of William D. Dar, PhD, Secretary DA, furnishing the House a copy of their fiscal year 2029 Agency Action Plan and status of implementation on Consolidated Annual Audit Report as of this November 27, 2020.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 13, 2021 of General Ricardo Visaya, Administrator NIA, submitting the House a copy of their 2020 fourth quarter progress report of NIA CARP IC for Mindanao Sustainable Agrarian and Agricultural Development Project.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
Letters and emails from certain provincial governors, municipal mayors, and city mayors informing the House of their reports, fund utilization, and status of programs, projects, activities, implementation relative to the Bayanihan grant to cities, municipalities, and provinces for certain months of 2020.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
2019 Annual Audit Report of the DTI entitled Moving Forward.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
Committee reports, report number 771, 772, and 778 of the Committee on Local Government on House Bill numbers 8825, 6697, and 8838. Report number 773 of the Committee on Climate Change on House Resolution 1494. Report number 774 and 775 of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture on House Bill number 8829 and 8831. Report number 776 on the Committee on Public Accounts and Good Government and Public Accountability informing the House of their findings and recommendations on House Resolutions 1066, 1068, 1069, 1073, 1074, 1101, 1113, and 1114. Report number 777 of the Committees on Civil Service and Professional Regulation and Appropriation on House Bill number 8835.
To the Committee on Rules.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1615 urging the Committee on Energy to inquire on the effects of prolonged revenue disruption on the power supply chain due to the pandemic. Representative De Jesus, Dagook, Guya, and EBCAS.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1616 directing the appropriate committee to inquire on the current plight of nurses in public health institutions. Representative Paduano.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1617 urging the House to the Committee on Human Rights to investigate the killing of Barangay Captain Jule Katamin of Iloilo. Representative Colyamat, Zarate, Gaite, Brosas, Castro, France, and Ilago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1618 expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House on the death of the first female governor of Lanao del Sur, Princess Tarhata Alonto Lucman. Representative Hataman and Sankopan.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Reports number 779 to 784 of the Committee on Local Government on House Bill numbers 8839 to 8844. Report number 785 of the Committee on Tourism on House Bill number 8849.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we consideration of House Bill 748, House Bill 8698, as contained in Committee Report 748, submitted by the Committee on Trade and Industry. May I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 8698, an act providing for the revised warehouse receipt law of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the author of the said House bill be recognized to deliver his sponsorship. Honorable Xavier Jesus Romualdo.
The Honorable Xavier Jesus Romualdo is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I have the honor to sponsor for your consideration House Bill number 8698 under Committee Report number 748, or the proposed Warehouse Receipts Law of the Philippines. At the outset, I would like to thank Speaker Velasco, Majority Leader Romualdez, Deputy Speaker Wesley Gatchalian, and Chairman John Reynald Tiangco of the Committee on Trade and Industry, and its Secretariat, headed by Committee Secretary Val Palanca, for their strong support for this measure. I'd also like to thank our friends from the national government, the SEC, DOF, NEDA, DTI, DA, and BSP, and our friends from the private sector, particularly former Secretary Gary Teves, Attorney Tony Abad, and Ms. Gay Santos, who've helped us with this measure since the previous Congress, for all their valuable inputs in the crafting of the substitute bill, which undoubtedly made the measure better. In essence, a warehouse receipt is a document issued by a warehouse operator that states the ownership of a specified good or commodity, its quantity and characteristics, and the location of the warehouse where it is stored. Warehouse receipt financing primarily benefits farmers and other agricultural producers. The basic concept of such financing is a farmer deposits his or her agricultural products in a warehouse. The warehouse issues a receipt to the farmer, who can then use it as collateral to obtain a loan from a bank or an agricultural input supplier. The farmer can also sell the stored products covered and using the warehouse receipt. Depending on the agreement, the buyer can pay either the creditor or the farmer, who in turn pays the creditor. And after the loan is repaid, the creditor returns the warehouse receipt that the buyer takes to the warehouse to retrieve the purchased products. An effective warehouse receipts regime allows farmers to access credit at competitive rates. It also enables farmers to delay the sale of their products until after harvest, to a moment when prices are more favorable. Warehouse receipts can thus mobilize credit for the agricultural sector and improve agricultural trade. A supportive legal framework is an important precondition for confidence in and acceptance of warehouse receipts for farmers, creditors, and market participants. And a well-designed warehouse receipt system can provide various benefits for all parties involved. Based on international experience, among the major benefits are access to credit for farmers and agricultural producers, while enabling them to strategically delay the sale of agricultural products until after the harvest season, enhanced participation of farmers in the commodity market by allowing them to consolidate their crops in a warehouse and sell them jointly, reduced post-harvest losses for farmers who use warehouses that have mandatory storage and handling standards, reduce risks for creditors who lend to farmers and other agricultural producers through secure collateral, mobilize credit for the overall agricultural sector, improved quality of agricultural commodities by determining mandatory quality standards for such commodities, enhanced agricultural trade through facilitated market transactions, and if warehouses are linked to a commodity exchange, improved exchange trading, moderated high-season price fluctuations when agricultural commodities are stored until after the harvest season, and information provided to the government about the agricultural commodities stored in warehouses in the country can aid in forecasting food supply problems and shortages. Our present Warehouse Receipts Law, Act number 2137, was approved on February 5, 1912, during the American colonial period. Now, over 110 years old, we undoubtedly need to update our law. International experience shows that to achieve the benefits we earlier mentioned, the warehouse receipt system should be based on a well-designed and enabling framework that ensures its integrity and transparency, and legislation should provide clarity and predictability of the system's rules and of the rights and obligations of its participants. This is what we intend to achieve with the revised Warehouse Receipts Law. Our measure provides for the rights and obligations of warehouse operators as issuers of warehouse receipts and of the holders of warehouse receipts, and the rules on the negotiation and transfer of such receipts. With regard to these provisions, we retained and followed the classic and universal principles and rules involving negotiable and non-negotiable instruments. The modernizing and innovative feature of this measure is the electronic warehouse receipt. We provide the general framework for issuing, transferring, and recording warehouse receipts transactions within an electronic platform linked to accredited warehouses. We mandate the Securities and Exchange Commission to create and maintain a modern, online, centralized, and nationwide registry of all electronic warehouse receipts, where all such receipts can be registered and accessed. This electronic platform will provide for a cheaper, speedier, and more secure method of transferring warehouse receipts, increasing liquidity in the marketplace. To protect the integrity of warehouse receipts, we require that only SEC-accredited warehouse operators may issue warehouse receipts. The SEC is likewise mandated to regulate and accredit operators and their warehouses. The SEC shall screen warehouse operators, which may include the administration of examinations, and monitor their performance and operations to ensure the credibility of the system and that operators comply with and maintain certain standards of quality. To further promote the use of warehouse receipts, we specifically provide that they may be collateralized in accordance with the Personal Property Security Act, and that the Philippine Guarantee Corporation may guarantee loans secured by such receipts. Finally, as an added measure of protection for those who use warehouse receipts and the receipt system, we provide for criminal penalties for those who issue receipts for goods not received, receipts containing false statements, fraudulent duplicate receipts, and receipts for goods owned by the operator that do not indicate such ownership, and warehouse operators that deliver goods without obtaining the negotiable warehouse receipt covering such goods, warehouse operators that release goods covered by an electronic negotiable warehouse receipt without any legal basis, and those who deposit goods that they have no title to or upon which there is a lien or mortgage, obtains a negotiable warehouse receipt for such goods and negotiates such receipts. Madam Speaker, with all these features, we will be able to update and bring our warehouse receipts law into the present and make it ready for the future. More importantly, we will be able to provide new means to significantly help our farmers and the agricultural sector of the country. And so, we earnestly ask our colleagues to support this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman for the party list Bayan Muna, Honorable Representative Carlos Isagani Sarate, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Carlos Zarate is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the gentleman, the good sponsor, yield to some clarificatory questions?
Yes. Madam Speaker, I would be honored to receive questions from the gentleman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. This warehouse receipts law, if I can recall, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, is 1912 law. Am I correct? And this is the first time that this law is reviewed or being amended since the time it was passed in 1912. Is that what is happening here, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Madam Speaker? Sorry. Okay. I will repeat my question, Madam Speaker. Since this is a 1912 law, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker, just for the information of the plenary, is this the first time that this is being amended or updated, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Madam Speaker. When we reviewed the law, it would seem that there have never been any amendments to it. So this is the first time that we will update and revise the law. First time since it was enacted in 1912.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker. In fact, the intention of the bill in consideration is not merely to amend the existing warehouse receipts law, but in fact, it will repeal the existing warehouse receipts law. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Our intent is to repeal the old warehouse receipts law and replace it with this one, the new one, the revised warehouse receipts law.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker. Now, I reviewed the bill, and it says there that its principal objective is actually, is supposedly, so that this can be useful to our farmers and our agricultural producers for the conversion of their produce into cash or credit, as they can, as provided in this proposed bill, sell, trade, or barter the warehouse receipts. Am I correct in my appreciation, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Madam Speaker. So transactions with regard to agriculture can be made using the receipts that are stored in the warehouse. So you only have to transact using the receipts, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Maganda naman po pala, maganda ang kanyang layunin, no? Tulungan to help our farmers and our agricultural producers. But as you have admitted, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, this is a 1912 law, and based on my observation, seldom, in fact, this particular law was or is being used by our ordinary farmers, no? Our agricultural sector, no? The sector that is supposedly the foundation of our economy, agrikultura, no? Dahil largely, the Philippines is still an agricultural country, but while we have studied this in law school, in my day-to-day conversation, in my experiences in conversation with farmers, mukhang hindi nga nila alam na meron palang warehouse receipts law, no?
Yes.
In fact, if there are those who are aware that there are these warehouse receipts law, very few, no? Probably big producers, no? Mga malalaking negosyante, and possibly mga kooperatiba, no? Cooperatives. But if you speak to ordinary farmers, mukhang wala, no? Hindi nila alam ito. Now, as I've said earlier, the proposed bill will repeal the current warehouse receipts law, no? And among the new proviso or features that the good sponsor, Madam Speaker, mentioned earlier is, for example, the establishment of an electronic registry for all warehouse receipts, no? And there is also a mention of the online access to the electronic registry, including the list of registered warehouses and revoked warehouses, no? And finally, there is an issuance of an electronic warehouse receipt as laid down in Section 10. No? So parang gusto nating sumabay, no, na ang Pilipinas as an agricultural country to a modernized type of industry. No? Now, on to my few questions, no, in clarification of this bill, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, most, if not all, of our farmers are really small, no, and medium scale farmers, no, and they sell their produce actually directly to buyers straight from the farm, and not anymore passing through any warehouse, no. So therefore, they have no more produce to store in warehouses kasi maliitan nga lang yung kanilang produce, no. So mula sa sa farm, direkta na, no? Nandun na yan kaagad sa mga merkado, no? So, and the significant of our farmers have in fact also no access, even if we already modernize our communications now. Marami pa rin sa ating mga magsasaka ang wala namang access, no, to technology, to computers, no? So, will the good sponsor clarify, no, how this particular bill will help or assist the farmers, no, in their day-to-day operation or day-to-day living, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The good gentleman raises very good points. And just to react to some of them. Well, first of all, when we conducted hearings on the measure, we wanted to find out the universe of those who use warehouse receipts. We wanted to see if we had data on the number of farmers or how many warehouse receipts are actually circulating and being used. And unfortunately, we could not find any data because it would seem that not a whole lot of people, especially our farmers, know about warehouse receipts and how they can, take advantage of the law and use it. And so, the question then was, if that is the case, it would seem that the law has no relevance. And so why amend it and why do something new with it if no one uses it anyway? But then, as we listen to the stakeholders, as we listen to our resource persons, we found that perhaps the reason why nobody uses the warehouse receipts law is because it's really very, very outdated. And perhaps there is really a need to revise it and update it, bring it up to date to the present situation. And then if we provide for the features that other countries are providing and looking at their experience, we may be able to make it useful and it will benefit farmers. And so that was one of the reasons, well, there's a primary reasons why we decided, okay, let's push through with this and really push for the enactment of the law. And then when we looked at the agricultural sector, we found that the credit gap there is at about 367 billion pesos. While for MSMEs, the credit gap ranges from 100 billion to 270 billion pesos. And so, that basically tells us that we have farmers, we have MSMEs who need credit but are unable to get it because financial institutions may be wary of lending them the amounts that they need to better improve their farms, to better improve their processes, especially with regard to post-harvest. And so that leads us to the point raised by the good gentleman, that as of now, it would seem that a lot of our farmers, especially the small and medium farmers, scale farmers, have no access to the technology that they need to produce better and to obtain higher prices for themselves to basically improve their situation. And so what this law will provide is a means for them to access credit. Because in that case, once we promote the system of warehouse receipts, we promote the system of warehousing, accredited warehousing, our farmers, we feel, will not be forced to directly sell to middlemen, to traders, they will be able to deposit their products and in a way collateralize their products so that they'll be able to obtain the needed credit that they will need to improve their systems, to improve their farms, their processes, especially with regard to post-harvest and adding value to their products. So that is the way that we envision the law to help our farmers and our MSMEs. Basically by providing them the means to obtain credit using their products, which otherwise they wouldn't actually be able to use to obtain credit. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So, the main objective of repealing the current law and to update it under this bill in consideration is actually one of the main objectives is to make warehouse receipt as a tool for farmers to access credit.
Yes.
In fact, as mentioned in Section 11 of the proposed bill, the warehouse receipt can be collateralized. So all of these warehouse receipts can now be used as akin to a negotiable instrument. Is that a correct appreciation, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Because you can use it, endorse it, you can collateralize it, so that you can have access to additional funds. Is that a correct appreciation, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Madam Speaker. And just to add to that, that is something that farmers can do now. But the problem that we saw was that without a governance system for warehouses, without a system and an agency that's mandated to regulate warehouses, banks will still not have the confidence to lend to farmers on the basis of their warehouse receipts, because in that situation, there really is no way to determine if the receipts issued by these warehouses are credible. If you don't have a system to regulate and govern the operations of these warehouses, you wouldn't really have a way of determining if the goods are actually there, and if the warehouse operator has actually issued multiple receipts over the, those problems that may involve fraud that scares banks and financial institutions, and so which leads to them not lending and not accepting warehouse receipts as collateral. So also in that way, that's also one way by which we improve confidence in warehouse receipts, by providing for that system of governance and regulation on the warehouse operators. So yes, through that, by providing that, we give confidence to financial institutions to lend to farmers using the warehouse receipts.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker. Incidentally, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker, you mentioned that you did during committee hearings, you did in fact conducted studies. Can you inform this plenary, as it is now, how many warehouses are dedicated? If there's an inventory, how many warehouses are actually accepting or issuing these warehouse receipts, and use these in financial transactions, for example, Mr. Sponsor?
Let me check, Madam Speaker, with our staff. I cannot recall a specific number. We may have it, but then again, we may not. The problem, again, is that under the current structure, basically any warehouse would be able to issue a warehouse receipt. And so that's why we provide for a system where only accredited warehouses should be able to issue. And then that goes back again to the confidence of financial institutions to issue warehouse on the warehouse receipts. Because apparently now, anyone could say that, I have a warehouse, this is a warehouse. We will be able to issue warehouse receipts. And we issue warehouse receipts. And that doesn't give a lot of confidence to financial institutions to lend on the basis of warehouse receipts. So let me check, Madam Speaker, if we have that number. But at top of mind, I cannot recall that we have that. But then again, that goes to the problem that basically anyone can lend. And so we try to address that by making it mandatory that only those who are accredited and those who pass the standards of the SEC, who we mandate to be the regulator of a warehouse receipt system, only those who are able to pass their standards, pass accreditation, and consistently pass what we envision to be a system where there is constant supervision and inspection and compliance with certain standards. That's something that we envision that the law will provide for.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker. I'm just curious, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker, since under the bill in consideration, you mentioned that, in fact, the warehouse receipt now, or the warehouse receipt is transferable, it can be collateralized. Will this not result, for example, into speculative transactions and will even cause havoc in the market, no? Because there are possibilities, for example, na maraming warehouse receipts na issued, but in reality, no? In reality, these warehouse receipts do not represent the goods that it actually supposed to represent, no? And in the market, since it is being negotiated in the market, then the possibility that this will be over-collateralized is there, no? So how can this proposed bill and consideration prevent such a situation, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Speaker?
Yeah. Madam Speaker, that is why we would like to promote the use of electronic warehouse receipts. That way, it would be pretty difficult to make alterations, make fraudulent alterations, make changes, and basically you would be able to really trace the electronic warehouse receipts, which would be, in the case of paper warehouse receipts, that the possibility of fraud is greater there. But with electronic warehouse receipts, especially where the agency that we mandated is able to really monitor. Because what's done in other countries, Madam Speaker, and what we'd like to put in place also when we go to implementation already I think it's in Slovakia, that with regard to the warehouse receipt systems, warehouses, the regulator imposes limits on the number of goods or on the quantity of goods that can be stored in the warehouses, and also imposes limits on the corresponding number of warehouse receipts that they can issue. So there is a cap on the goods and as well as on the issuances. So in that way, you're able to properly regulate and monitor the movement of all these receipts. So you wouldn't have a case of a warehouse operator issuing, as you said, fake receipts over goods that aren't there, and over issuing warehouse receipts. So that's one example from another country that we'd like a regulator to put in place. But then again, that goes into regulation already. But at least now that we've made it on record, that becomes part of our legislative intent. And when this becomes law and we start exercising oversight over the implementation of the law, those good practices of other countries that help secure the integrity of the system and promote the system, we'd like the regulator to also adopt that.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So, the good sponsor is saying now that with the adoption of these electronic receipts, warehouse receipts, this can be a tool to prevent the situation that I mentioned earlier, the speculative transaction. But again, is that an assurance, for example, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that this will prevent transactions involving other unlawful or illegal or suspicious, will involve goods of suspicious character, no, or materials of substance, no? For example, at the top of my mind, no, this afternoon we'll be voting on the amendments to the drugs law, no? And one of the proviso in that drugs amended law is a presumption that if you are a holder of, for example, a receipt, that eventually turns out that it will it's a receipt that is actually of an illegal character, no? It involves drugs, no? The presumption already is attaches to you if you are a holder of such a receipt, no? So ito yung nakikita kong possible scenario, no? Dahil electronic receipts na ito, and you mentioned that this is negotiable, it can be transferred. In fact, there is in section 54 of the proposed bill a warranty that if you are a holder of a receipt, that that receipt is genuine, that you have a legal right to that warehouse receipt. Now, dahil na-negotiate sa iyo yan, on its face, it's legal, it's valid, it's genuine, but it turned out, meron palang, ang nakalagay pala doon sa warehouse is droga. No? So how can we prevent this? Because there is now a bill, a proposed amendment to the drugs law that makes it a presumption that if you are a holder of a receipt that turns out to be it contains, it's a receipt for drugs, eh patay ka na kaagad. No? So ito yung gusto kong makita dito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, how an electronic receipt or how these new features of this warehouse receipts law will also protect, no, the integrity of the transaction, no? Especially that there will be transfers from one holder of the receipt to the other, no, from the warehouse operator. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that's also a point that that's a very good point raised, and well, in a situation such as that, for example, where a person actually, instead of, let's say, rice, deposits drugs in a warehouse, and warehouse receipts are issued for them, for example. Well, I would think that those would involve other serious criminal violations on the part of the person who deposited those goods, and also on the part of the operator or his or her employees who actually received those goods and deposited them and issued warehouse receipts for them. And that's really something that didn't cross our minds before, and I'd be willing to work with the gentleman, Mr. Speaker, to craft a provision with regard to that, to protect situations such as that. But in that case, in such a situation, I would think that the person liable would be number one, the person who deposited it in the warehouse, and those who actually received it and issued warehouse receipts for them. Because especially with regard to negotiable receipts, those who take them for value and in good faith have certain protections. And they shouldn't be held liable, or they shouldn't suffer, provided, of course, they're in good faith and took it for value, which is, as we know, the standard always for protection when you deal with negotiable instruments. I wouldn't think that they would be liable because of those protections that we have for holders, holders in good faith and for value. But then we'd be willing to work with the gentleman on looking at how we can provide for those added protections for those who deal in warehouse receipts in good faith.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Because when I reviewed the criminal offenses, no, under the bill in consideration, ang nape-penalize lang kasi, no, doon sa issuance of receipts containing false statement, yung warehouse operator or his or her agents and employees, no. But as I've said, since this is a receipt that can be negotiated, no, and you rely on its face that the receipt is valid, genuine, and for value, you accepted that receipt, but later on, labas mo ng bahay, hinuli ka na lang because there is this new law that presumes you to be a liable if it turns out that that receipt is representing a false, representing something that is not in the warehouse, for example, no? Ang na-mention ko kanina, droga. No? So I think we should look into that, no? Kasi even if a new feature in this law is as contained in Section 8, no? That the Securities and Exchange Commission will maintain a registry of all receipts that can be acceptable at any, that can be accessed at any time, no? I'm not sure that that is a 100% assurance, no? That it, yung situation na mentioned kanina will be prevented, no? Incidentally, for my last question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, Section 8 mentions of a registry receipt to be maintained by the Securities and Exchange Commission, no? Electronic. But in Section 9, you also mentioned that there will be a local sub-registry, no, that will be established and maintained by no, by those accredited warehouses. Now, incidentally, ang tanong ko rito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, if there is a conflict between the entries in the registry maintained by the Securities and Exchange Commission and the entries as contained in the local sub-registry, which will prevail? Is that mentioned in the law? Because that situation may arise, no? Ang halimbawa doon sa SEC, ang nakalagay doon is 1 ton of supposed goods, no? Pero doon sa local sub-registry, ang sinabi doon, no, it's only 5,000 kilos, no? So, if there's this conflict, which registry will now prevail?
Mr. Speaker, in that case, what's in the receipt, or rather, what's in the sheet and what's reflected in the receipts registry of the SEC would prevail, because it's the warehouse. As we know, the law protects those who deal in warehouse receipts or in negotiable instruments. The law protects those who hold negotiable instruments for good faith and for value. And so in this case, where a warehouse operator receives a certain amount, let's say, as you mentioned, let's say X number of tons of a certain product, but then puts in the receipt that it issues a different amount, let's say Y amount of this product, then the warehouse operator would be liable to the holder in good faith and for value for the amount in the receipt. So in that case, it would be like a loss and a liability to the warehouse operator, and he will have to produce the goods or pay the value of what's actually in the warehouse receipt, what's actually stated in the warehouse receipt. And so that is how we protect the integrity of the warehouse receipts. And that being the case, that is a very big, or that's a very strong disincentive on the part of warehouse operators, to misrepresent the figures in the warehouse receipts that they will issue, because they will be bound by it and they will be held liable according to the terms of the receipts that they issue.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Last point na lang. There is an optional arbitration clause included. There is an optional arbitration clause, no, in this proposed bill. May I inquire, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, where is the venue of the arbitration? For example, I'm a farmer. I come from a different jurisdiction, no, a different place, but the warehouse is in another place. No, for example, in Davao, and I'm a resident of Manila. This is maliit lang na bagay to, but if we want to help the farmers, at least we have to be clarified on this. Where is the venue of the arbitration? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to arbitration clauses, these are basically upon the agreement of the parties. So it would depend then on what's stated in the receipt. If the operator, for example, provides that the venue will be in the place where the warehouse is located, then that would be the venue for the arbitration. If it provides, so it's basic arbitration clauses, arbitration agreements are upon the are created based on the agreement of the parties, and so it would depend then. And so I would think that warehouse operators that issue receipts with arbitration clauses, that would be, one of the that could become one of the selling points for warehouse operators. For example, if you're an operator and you'd like to attract farmers to deposit with you, then maybe you'd prefer to put in an arbitration clause that would be advantageous to your potential clients. So it really depends on the agreement of the parties, and well, it kind of becomes part of the terms and conditions of the contract or of the receipt that the operator will issue. And so theoretically, if you're a farmer, if you're an entrepreneur, you'd shop around for the operator that will be able to give you the best terms and conditions that you'd like to avail of. And so that's also a good point. That's also something that warehouse operators may want to look at if the bill is enacted into law and it's implemented already. That's also something that that's also something that warehouse operators would like to look at in terms of enticing potential clients to do business with them.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, for accommodating these clarificatory questions of this bill in consideration. I have no more questions. I just want to thank the gentleman for accommodating our questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Representative Zarate for the very excellent points that he raised and for helping us clarify the provisions of the measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to the good author. Likewise, thank you to Congressman Zarate, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that
Majority
we
Leader.
open the period of amendment.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments to the proposed measure. Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other committee amendment, I move that we now proceed to consider the individual amendments, if any.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Lawrence R. Defensor, the gentleman from the 3rd District of Iloilo, for his individual amendments.
The Honorable Defensor is acknowledged. You're recognized. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the permission of the honorable sponsor, I respectfully propose the following individual amendments. Number 1, on page 2, section 3, definition of terms, between lines 11 and 12, insert a new subparagraph number 4, which shall read as follows. Number 4, electronic warehouse receipt refers to a warehouse receipt in electronic or digital form, end quote. Thereafter, all succeeding subparagraphs and terms are renumbered accordingly.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say, Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 2, on page 3, section 3, definition of terms, line 5, between the words, quote, who and does, insert the phrase, open quote, has the right of possession of a warehouse receipt, but, end quote. Subparagraph 13 will now read as follows. Number 13, owner refers to one who has the right of possession of a warehouse receipt, but does not include a mortgage, end quote.
What is the response of the good author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, on page 3, under section 3, definition of terms, line 7, after the word to, delete the phrase, open quote, take as mortgage or as pledge, end quote, and replace the phrase, open quote, the act of acquiring a warehouse receipt in the form of mortgage or pledge, end quote. Subparagraph 15 will now read as follows. Number 15, purchase refers to the act of acquiring a warehouse receipt in the form of mortgage or pledge.
May I know the reply of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr.
may
Speaker.
proceed.
Number 4, on page 3, under section 3, still on the definition of terms, line 8, delete subparagraph number 16, receipt entirely. Thereafter, all succeeding subparagraphs and terms are renumbered accordingly.
What is the pleasure of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 5, on page 3, under the definition of terms between lines 21 and 22, insert a new paragraph, paragraph 22, which shall read as follows, open quote, 22. Warehouse receipt or receipt refers to a document issued by a warehouse operator in accordance with Section 5 of this Act, end quote. Thereafter, all succeeding subparagraphs and terms are renumbered accordingly.
May I know the pleasure of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 6, page 3, section 24, person who may issue receipts. Line 24, delete the word, open quote, authorized, end quote, and replace the same with the word accredited. Section 24 now will read as follows. Section 24, person who may issue receipts. Warehouse receipts may only be issued by a duly accredited warehouse operator, end quote.
What is the pleasure of the good author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 7 on page 5, section 7, failure to mark non-negotiable. Lines 3 to 8, delete the whole paragraph and in lieu thereof, replace with the following, open quote, section 7, failure to mark a non-negotiable or not negotiable. A warehouse operator shall clearly indicate or mark on the face of a non-negotiable receipt that is, open quote, non-negotiable or, open quote, not negotiable, end quote. In the absence of such marking, the receipt shall be deemed negotiable.
What is the pleasure of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 8, page 7, section 18, warehouse operator's bond. Lines 24 to 25, delete the phrase he, comma, she or it, end quote, and replace with the phrase, open quote, warehouse operator, end quote.
What is the reply of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Congressman Sir.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendments is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 9, on page 7, section 19, mandatory insurance, lines 29 to 30. Delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace the same with the phrase, open quote, warehouse operator, end quote.
What is the reply of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendments is approved.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Number 10, on page 7, section 19, mandatory insurance, line 31, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace the same with the phrase, open quote, the warehouse operator, end quote.
What is the reply of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Number 11, page 9, section 23, warehouse operators liability for misdelivery of goods. Delete lines 1 to 12 and replace with the following. Open quote, section 23, warehouse operators liability for misdelivery of goods. Where a warehouse operator delivers the goods to one who is not lawfully entitled to the possession of them, the warehouse operator shall be liable to all persons having a right of the property or possession of the goods, unless the warehouse operator had A, been requested by or on behalf of the person lawfully entitled to a right of property or possession of goods not to make such delivery, or B, receive verified information that the delivery about to be made was to one who is not lawfully entitled to the possession of goods, end quote.
What is the pleasure of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please
Number
proceed.
12, on page 9, section 24, negotiable receipt must be canceled when goods are delivered. Delete lines 13 to 20 and replace with the following. Open quote, section 24, negotiable receipt must be canceled for complete delivery of goods, except as otherwise provided in this act. A warehouse operator must cancel a negotiable receipt once the goods are completely delivered. Failing to do so, the warehouse operator shall be liable to any person who purchases in good faith such receipt for failure to deliver the goods to the proper purchaser, whether the purchaser acquired title to the receipt before or after the delivery of goods by the warehouse operator, end quote.
What is the pleasure of the honorable author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 13, on page 9, section 25, negotiable receipts must be marked for partial delivery of goods. Delete lines 21 to 28 and replace with the following. Open quote, section 25, negotiable receipts must be marked for partial delivery of goods. Except as otherwise provided in this act, a warehouse operator must mark a negotiable receipt when only a part of the goods are delivered. Failing to do so, the warehouse operator shall be liable to anyone who purchases in good faith such receipt, whether such purchaser acquired title to the receipt before or after the delivery or of any portion of the goods by the warehouse operator, end quote.
What is the reply of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 14, on page 10, section 26, altered receipts. From lines 7 to 8, after the word open quote, issued, end quote, and the punctuation mark, comma, delete the phrase open quote, but shall excuse him, comma, her or it from any liability, end quote. And in lieu thereof, insert the punctuation mark, colon, to the phrase, open quote, provided, however, that the warehouse operator shall be excused from any liability, end quote. Hence, the new paragraph shall read as follows, open quote, material and fraudulent alteration of a receipt shall not excuse the warehouse operator who issued it from liability to deliver, according to the terms of the receipt as originally issued. The goods for which it was issued, colon, provided, however, that the warehouse operator shall be excused from any liability, end quote.
What is the pleasure of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendments is approved. Please
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. Speaker. Number 13 on page 10, section 27. Warehouse operator cannot set title to himself, herself, or itself. Delete lines 9 to 14 and replace with the following, open quote. Section 27, warehouse operator cannot have title or right to the possession of goods. A warehouse operator shall have no title or right to the possession of goods unless such title or right is derived directly or indirectly from a transfer made by the depositor at the time of or subsequent to the deposit for storage or from the warehouse operator's lien. A warehouse operator cannot be excused from liability for refusing to deliver the goods according to the terms of the receipt. End quote.
What is the reply of the Honorable Author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you,
Please
Mr. Speaker. Number 16 on page 11, section 32, liability for care of goods. Line 11, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace the same with the phrase, open quote, warehouse operator.
What is the reply of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendments is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 17 on page 11, section 36, attachment or levy upon goods for which a negotiable receipt has been issued. Line 35, after the word open quote enjoined, close quotation, and the punctuation mark period up to page 12, line 2, delete the last sentence and replace with the following, open quote. The warehouse operator shall in no case be compelled to deliver the actual possession of the goods unless the receipt is surrendered to the warehouse operator or impounded by the court. Section 36 shall now read as follows, open quote. Section 36, attachment or levy upon goods for which a negotiable receipt has been issued. If goods are delivered to a warehouse operator by the owner or by a person whose act in conveying the title to them to a purchaser in good faith for value would bind the owner and a negotiable receipt is issued for them, they cannot thereafter, while in the possession of the warehouse operator, be attached by garnishment or otherwise, or be levied upon under an execution, unless the receipt be first surrendered to the warehouse operator or its negotiation enjoined. The warehouse operator shall in no case be compelled to deliver the actual possession of the goods until the receipt is surrendered to the warehouse operator or impounded by the court. Closed.
What is the pleasure of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 18 on page 12, section 40, how warehouse operators' lien may be lost. Lines 30 to 31, delete the phrase, open quote, he, comma, she, or it, end quote, and replace with the phrase, open quote, the warehouse operator, end quote.
What is the pleasure of the good author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 19 on page 13, section 43, warehouse operators' lien does not preclude other remedies. Line 10, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace with the phrase, open quote, the warehouse operator, end quote.
Honorable Author,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank
Please
you, Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Number 20 on page 13, section 44, satisfaction of lien by sale. Line 16, delete the word warehouseman and replace it with the word, open quote, warehouse operators. Subparagraph 1 of section 44 shall now read as follows. Number 1, open quote, an itemized statement of the warehouse's claim showing the sum due at the time of the notice and the date or dates when it becomes due, end quote.
Honorable Author,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 21, page 13, section 44, satisfaction of lien by sale. Line 28, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace the same with the phrase, open quote, the warehouse operator, end quote.
Honorable Author,
Accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 22 on page 14, section 44, satisfaction of lien by sale. Line 7, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace with the phrase, open quote, the warehouse operator, end quote.
What is the reply of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Number 23 on page 14, section 44, also on sale of lien, also on lien by sale. Line 14, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace with the phrase, open quote, the warehouse operator, end quote.
Honorable Author,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the sponsor.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 14, section 45, perishable and hazardous goods. Line 27, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace the same with the phrase, open quote, the warehouse operator, end quote.
Honorable Author,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 25 on page 16, section 54, warranties of a sale of receipt. Line 30, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, and replace with the phrase, open quote, the person, end quote.
What is the reply of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 26 on page 16, section 54, also on warranties of a sale of receipt. Line 31, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace with the phrase, the person, end quote.
Honorable Author,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 27 on page 17, section 54, warranties of a sale receipt. Line 1, delete the phrase, he, she, or it, and replace with the phrase, open quote, the person, end quote.
Honorable Author,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 29 on page 18, section 63, issue for warehouse operators goods or receipts which do not state the fact. Line 29, delete the phrase he, she, or it, and replace with the phrase, open quote, the warehouse operator.
Honorable Author,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Final amendment, number 30, Mr. Speaker, on page 19, section 65, negotiation of receipt for mortgaged goods. Line 11, delete the phrase, open quote, he, she, or it, end quote, and replace with the phrase, the person, end quote.
What is the pleasure of the author?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments accepted by the...
Are there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
I have no further individual amendments, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Defensor, and likewise thank you to the Honorable Author.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
there being no member who wishes to introduce individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8698 as amended.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those not in favor say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. House Bill 8698 as amended is approved on second reading. Congratulations to Congressman XJ Romaldo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we thank you for your support, as well as we thank Chairman Chanco for his support. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension.
session suspended.
Tayo, Jeff, ngayon. Wala na yung speech, pero dapat meron lang.
Cuts.
Sige.
Session resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of resolution of both houses number 2 under Committee Report 735. May I request the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution?
Secretary General, you may proceed.
RBH 2, Resolution of both Houses proposing amendments to certain economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, particularly in Articles 2, 14, and 16.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I respectfully request that the sponsor of the bill be recognized, the Honorable Alfredo Garbin Jr.
The Honorable Garbin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request that the Honorable Gentleman from the Bayan Muna Party List, the Honorable Carlos Zarate, be recognized for his interpellation.
Likewise, the Honorable Carlos Zarate is recognized. Sir, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, good afternoon. Will the good sponsor of RBH2 yield to some questions in the interpellation?
Willingly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. To the recollection of the good sponsor, is this the first time that a proposed amendment to our Constitution is deliberated or debated in this floor?
This is the third time. During the time of the late Prospero Noglares, the late Speaker Nograles, the proposal to amend the Constitution reached as far as the sponsorship speech, and the time of Speaker Belmonte, the RBH1, it reached as far as adoption on second reading.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So, and in fact, in these three occasions, the same proposals were made. No? Generally, amendments to the economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution.
That's correct.
My recollection
The
correct, Mr.
proposals
Sponsor?
were confined only to the restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution.
By the way, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, just for the record and to put into context the current proposal to amend our Constitution, will the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, recall to us what is the mode, what are the modes to amend our Constitution as laid down in the 1987 Constitution? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, under Article 17, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution, there are three modes of proposing amendments to the Constitution. One is by Congress, three-fourths of all its members. The other one is call for a constitutional convention, and the third one is people's initiative.
So generally, there are three modes in proposing or in amending or revising our Constitution. Congress was the first. Second is the Constitutional Convention. And third, by a people's initiative. Is that
That's
correct,
correct.
Mr. Sponsor?
That's correct.
Now, will the good sponsor state for the record what is the mode of amendment that we are following now, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
The one that we're taking now, in pursuant to Article 17, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution, and consistent with the power granted to Congress to determine the rules of its own proceeding, where we adopted the rules in acting upon all proposals for amendment to the Constitution. So under the House rules, the proposals for amendment to the Constitution shall undergo the procedure for the enactment of bills.
Enactment of bills. No? So you are saying, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that the mode we are following now is an amendment akin to legislation. Is that correct appreciation, Mr. Sponsor,
Well,
Mr. Speaker?
That is true because Congress is being empowered by the Constitution to determine the rules of its own proceeding, including the rules in determining how we propose amendment to the Constitution. In fact, under Section 15, Paragraph 2 of the Internal Rules and Procedure adopted by the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, as authorized by Section 34 of the House Rules, provides the procedure in proposing amendments or revisions, which I read, by Congress exercising its constituent power in separate session, a resolution of both houses which contains the proposed amendment or revision shall be filed. The adoption of the resolution under this mode shall follow the procedure for the enactment of a bill, but without the need of presidential approval. The required three-fourths votes shall be required during the third reading, both of the resolution in the plenary in both houses. So therefore, the House of Representatives, when it referred the resolution proposing amendment to the Constitution to the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, has commenced its exercise of its constituent power. The committee, as an organ of the Congress acting as constituent assembly, is doing its role in the amendatory process when it heard and deliberated the RBH2.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So, is the good sponsor saying that the mode we are following now, and in fact, if the good sponsor can recall during one of the committee hearings, you mentioned that this is now the start of the Constituent Assembly. The good sponsor recalled that statement, that that committee hearing is actually the beginning of a constituent assembly, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that's true. The plenary is now exercising its constituent power when proposing amendments to the Constitution.
And that is in line with the good sponsor's statement at the committee hearing, that in fact that committee hearing is also part of the Constituent Assembly.
Well, that's true because the committee, as an organ of Congress, acting as an organ of Congress, is acting as a constituent assembly, exercising its constituent power. It is doing its role in the amendatory process when it heard and deliberated on RBH 2.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. Speaker. On this proposed resolution about Houses number 2, it was stated that the voting of the Senate and the House of Representatives shall be separately, to be done separately. May we know, a good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, what is the wisdom behind the interpretation of voting separately instead of voting jointly, when in fact, Article 17, Section 1, did not mention at all that the voting should be separate or jointly. No? It only mentioned that the proposed amendment or revision of the Constitution may be made or may be proposed by Congress upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the Constitution, where Congress is empowered to propose amendment to the Constitution, only speaks of the number one mode, Congress, by a vote of 3/4 of all its members, may propose amendments or revision to the Constitution. Meaning, when you speak of Congress, it is the Senate and the House of Representatives. So the voting would be separately. Now, as to whether we have to conduct a joint session, the Constitution does not provide. There's a general rule that if the Constitution does not expressly or impliedly prohibit, then Congress can do so according to the rules of its own procedure. And therefore, there's no need for a prior act of convening Congress into a joint or a constituent assembly, as we call it, as Congress is already a constituent assembly as defined under Article 17, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution. It does not transform itself into a different animal in order to be able to propose amendment, because the Constitution is simply or has simply given to Congress a constituent function. No preparatory joint session is needed before Congress can propose amendment, as it is a bicameral body.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, why is it that the power or the grant to amend or propose amendments to our Constitution, that particular provision, was not included in the article or powers specifically granted by the Constitution to Congress? Why is it not in the article supposedly enumerating the powers of Congress?
Well, the power to amend the Constitution is not included in the general legislative power granted to us by the Constitution under Article 6 of the 1987 Constitution. When we propose amendment to the Constitution, it is in the form of our constituent power, meaning it's the Constitution that says Congress may propose amendment, provided we need to muster the 3/4 vote of all its members.
Yes, thank you, good sponsor, Mr. Speaker. It is not included in the article defining the powers of Congress, Senate, and the House, because actually proposing an amendment or a revision of our Constitution is such a special power, and it is not actually part of the general legislative powers of Congress. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. And in fact, because it is such a special grant of the Constitution, in Article 17, the voting requirement is different from the other voting requirement as laid down in our Constitution. No? When Congress if there's a need for Congress to vote. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, so considering that it is not part of the ordinary or general legislative powers of the Constitution, the good sponsor earlier mentioned that what is in fact being done now, or the process we are doing now, is the constituent power. No? You mentioned a constituent assembly power, no, of the Congress in proposing amendments to the Constitution. So that is why I inquired on the wisdom of that proviso in this in this joint resolution number 2, requiring a separate voting rather than a joint voting by both houses of Congress, no? When Article 17 is so silent about such a requirement. Will also do so. Is that what is the good sponsor is saying now, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
As long as it comes within the terms of Article 17 of the Constitution, then it is a sufficient mode of proposing amendments or revision to the Constitution. In amending or revising the Constitution, Article 17 of the Constitution does not require Congress to sit jointly or in a joint assembly, but only requires that it does so upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. So, for as long as the 3/4 voting requirement is carry out the procedure which the House intends to undertake, and for RBH2 can be legally and constitutionally justified. And this is the position of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Incidentally, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor update us? What is now the parliamentary status of this RBH2? Are we now debating here as part of the Constituent Assembly, or are we here debating as Congress, as legislative branch of the government, now trying to pass a resolution? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
We are now exercising our constituent power, specifically proposing amendments to economic provisions of the Constitution.
And by performing our as you mentioned, no, powers, constituent powers to amend and propose amendments to the Constitution, the good sponsor is saying that there is no need for this House, for this body, to declare itself as such. That the procedure is just a continuation, no? Just like earlier, there is a resumption of session. There is a earlier we debated on a particular bill, and then this particular resolution of both houses is subjected to a debate. So this is just a part of the regular legislative activities, no, that we are doing here. No? So you are saying that there's actually no distinction, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the House rules expressly states that the proposal for amending the Constitution, such as RBH2, shall undergo the procedure for the enactment of the bill. And the resolution itself specifically calls for a separate voting of each house. When you speak of distinction between legislation and proposing amendment to the Constitution, it has a distinction because when we legislate, we derive our power under Article 6 of the 1987 Constitution. That's where we are made as a legislative body. But when we exercise our power to propose amendment to the Constitution, we derive our constituent power under Article 17, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution. So that lies the distinction.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. But with the kind indulgence and due respect to the good sponsor, I don't see the distinction. No? Because as I've mentioned, we just continued with our proceedings this afternoon from reading additional reference of business, from taking on second reading the warehouse receipts law. Then we proceeded immediately in considering RBH number 2. So I cannot now make the distinction of our legislative power, legislative duties, as well as our duties as part of a constituent assembly, no, with we agreed earlier on that this is a special power, no, laid down in Article 17, and you cannot just say that this can just be a part of the ordinary legislative power. No, it's very clear that, at least to this representation, good sponsor, that lawmaking is very distinct function from amending or revising our Constitution. No? So, gaya ng nabanggit ko, as I've said, no? What we are doing now, I don't see that we, as a body, made that particular distinction, no? That we are now doing this as part of our constituent power, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the distinction also lies that even we approve proposals here, including that of the Senate, that remains a proposal. Because the power to ratify or to reject the said proposal belongs not to the President, but to the Filipino people. So there's another distinction.
Yes, there's no debate about that, no? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
So we can propose, but we cannot conclude. That's the distinction. Because it is only the Filipino people who can conclude whether they will accept it through their power of ratification or they will reject it in a plebiscite called for that purpose.
Yes, I have no debate about that particular power of the people to ratify, you know, via referendum or plebiscite, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. But what we are discussing here now is the process, you know, the manner by which we amend, we propose amendments to our Constitution. No? We have to be very clear about this, because as we have admitted and agreed earlier on, this is not just an ordinary lawmaking power that we are exercising here. No? What we are doing here is a special power granted by the Constitution to propose amendments, no? Because these amendments are pertaining to the policies that were already laid down by the sovereign Filipino people in the 1987 Constitution, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
So, when RBH2 was called for the first time, the presiding officer said that the House of Representatives has entered into the exercise of a constituent power. That is very clear, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Sarate. And in fact, the rules that we have adopted now is consistent with the power granted to us by the Constitution in determining the rules of its proceeding. If you look at Article 6, Section 16, Paragraph 3 of the 1987 Constitution, Congress has the power to determine the rules of its own proceedings, and its proceeding includes the proceedings to amend the Constitution.
I respectfully disagree with the good sponsor, because that particular section in Article 6 did not say that it includes power, it includes such powers, no, pertaining to the amendment of our Constitution. Because as I've said, very particular po, no? Yung provision in the amendment of our Constitution is in Article 17, no? So, possibly my next question related to that, Mr. Sponsor. You mentioned, and I recall this very clearly, that during our committee hearing, that's the beginning of our exercise of our constituent power, no? And you said that this is now the Constituent Assembly, as envisioned by the Constitution in Article 17. To the appreciation of the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, isn't there no longer a need for both houses of Congress, the House and the Senate, to come together and before considering proposed amendments to the Constitution, that they will have to convene themselves into an assembly, no? As in relation to Section 1 of Article 17, because it only mentioned Congress. Congress by upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. So it did not say Congress separately upon a vote of 3/4 of each house may propose amendment to the Constitution. So isn't there a need, good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, for both houses to come together and constitute themselves into a constituent assembly?
Mr. Speaker, allow me to read the provisions of Article 6, Section 16, Paragraph 3 of the 1987 Constitution. It states that each House may determine the rules of its proceeding, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of 2/3 of all its members, suspend or expel a member. A penalty of suspension when imposed shall not exceed 60 days. So it is explicit that each House may determine the rules of its own procedure. So pursuant to the said provision of the Constitution, Congress has the power to determine the rules of its proceedings. And under the rules that we have adopted, proposals for amendment to the Constitution shall undergo the procedure for the enactment of the bills. In fact, a uniform rule between houses is not necessary, since the Constitution allows Congress to propose amendments to the Constitution in the same way as it legislates a regular bill or law. In fact, this is even simpler. The procedure makes it more simpler.
Yes, the good sponsor is referring to Section 145 of our rules. Is that correct? That the proposed amendments shall follow the procedure for the enactment of bills. Is that
Yeah, that's it's Section 15, Paragraph 2 of Internal Rules of Procedure adopted by the Committee on Constitutional Amendments. And under the House rules, I think it's Section 145.
Yes, Section 145, no, in relation to Section 144, no, which says in Section 145, the adoption of resolutions proposing amendments or revision of the Constitution shall follow the procedure for the enactment of bills. So that is why you are saying that we are now doing this, no? Just like in the ordinary legislative process, no? There's a first reading, there's a second reading, period of amendment, debate and amendment, and finally third reading, then send this proposal or resolution of both houses to the Senate. So it's the position now of the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that there is no need for both houses to constitute itself, to convene and constitute itself as an assembly that will now accept or entertain proposed amendments to the 1987 Constitution. There is no need for that.
Well, there is no need for a prior act of convening Congress. into a joint session because the Constitution does not prescribe for it. So you cannot supplant the provisions of the Constitution. Otherwise, we are amending the Constitution. The Constitution does not say that we have to convene first before we can propose amendment to the Constitution. It simply says by Congress and three-fourths of all its members can propose amendment to the Constitution. It is different from the 1935 Constitution, wherein in the case of Gonzales versus Comelec, the Constitution governing, it was decided that there must be a joint session because the 1935 Constitution explicitly provide that Congress in joint session assembled by a vote of three-fourths of all its members in the Senate and the House, voting separately, may propose amendment to the Constitution. It is different from Article 17, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution, which only provides that Congress, upon the vote of three-fourths of all its members, it does not provide for convening or in a joint session.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speakers. And because of that appreciation, no, stand of the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, there is also no need for both houses to come up or lay down a common rule as to when, how to amend or propose amendment to our Constitution. Is that the stand or the
A uniform rule between both houses is not necessary since the Constitution allows Congress to propose amendments to the Constitution in the same way as it legislates a regular bill or a law. So we can adopt our own rules as long as in proposing amendment to the Constitution, we act within the terms of Section 17 or Article 17 of the Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So the House can adopt its own rules, as well as the Senate can adopt its own rules pertaining to how amendments can be proposed in the 1987 Constitution, even if it is already, as you mentioned, exercising its own constituent powers. Is that what the good sponsor is saying?
We have our own rules, and that was adopted prior to proposing amendment to the Constitution. I don't know with our counterpart in the Senate whether they have already an adopted rules that will govern their chamber in proposing amendment to the Constitution.
So may I inquire, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, what if in the event the rules adopted by the House conflicts with the rules adopted by the Senate, which rule will prevent now? Considering that, again, the Constitution did not also mention how and when, it only mentions Congress by a vote of three-fourths. If we follow the logic earlier mentioned by the good sponsor, since the Constitution did not require Congress to convene and constitute itself as a constituent assembly, then that remains a question. What rules will now govern? Can the House and the Senate just say that we have our different rules to govern the proposed amendments and that's it? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
As I've learned, Mr. Speaker, the Senate also espoused the same procedure in enacting an ordinary bill or a law. In fact, when they conducted the committee hearing, they've done it in such a way that they followed the procedure in enacting a bill. Also, the resolution of both houses of Congress filed by Senator Bato and Tolentino, and the resolution filed by Senator Lacson, and the Drilon formula also espouse that Congress makes proposal in the course of its lawmaking function. Ganun din po yung kanilang procedure na tinatahak ngayon sa Senado.
Yes, I recall that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. In fact, at one time or another, that mode of amending our Constitution was labeled as the fourth way of amending our Constitution. No? Just go through the regular legislative means, no, of passing our Constitution. And this is exactly what we are doing now. No? We adopt, the House and the Senate adopts its own rules, no? And the amendment, according to these rules, shall just follow the process of, or the procedure for an enactment of an ordinary bill. No? There's a first reading referral to the committee, second reading, etc., etc. Now, at any rate, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, so since both houses will adopt its own rules, and in fact, both houses adopted separate rule or respective rules on how to amend the Constitution. What we have now in the House is resolution of both houses number 2. There is also a separate resolution in the House, in the Senate. In fact, in the Senate, it's not only limited to amending the economic provisions of our Constitution. If I can recall it right, the Tolentino de la Rosa resolution contains some political amendments, no? Because it mentioned democratic representation. They want to amend the provisions in our Constitution pertaining to democratic representation. So, in such a case, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, no? Ito yung tinitingnan eh. Yung sinasabi ko eh. If only, no, considering that Article 17 says Congress by a vote of 3/4, if only Congress, I mean the two houses did come together and decide in the first place, decide what particular or proposed amendments will be deliberated by both houses, it can preclude a situation where there's a conflicting set of amendments that will be proposed by one house and another by the Senate, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. May we get the comment on this by the good sponsor?
Well, if there is a conflict between the Senate and the House version on the proposed amendment to the Constitution, then it can be reconciled in a conference committee. And upon reconciliation, both houses will return and have it ratified by the respective houses, but it requires at least 3/4 vote of all its members voting separately.
Okay. So the situation we are envisioning is just like a bicameral conference committee, to
reconcile.
harmonize and
To harmonize.
reconcile possible conflicting provisions, in the resolution passed by the House and passed by the Senate. Is that the situation envisioned by the good sponsor?
That is correct.
And after which, it will be returned back to each House for the ratification of the approved substitute resolution. Is that
Yes,
correct?
but it requires 3/4 vote of all its members voting separately.
So the voting threshold is still 3/4.
Yes.
Not only in the passing of the resolution, but also in the ratification of the resolution.
On third reading, it requires 3/4 vote of all its members. Then, on the conference committee where they have decided to harmonize the conflicting provisions, upon its submission for ratification to both houses of Congress, it requires another 3/4 vote of all its members.
So, therefore, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, even if the House will only adopt a resolution that contains amendments to the economic provisions of the Constitution, if such a resolution will later on be amended, no? Or changed in the bicameral conference, no? And it will now include other amendments, political and otherwise, no? So that will not, the statement now of the good sponsor as well as the leadership of the House that we will limit our amendments to the economic provisions is not actually binding at all, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the reconciliation will only be confined to the finished product, meaning any provisions that will be inserted which is not german or related to the restrictive economic provisions, I think would be out of order.
Come again, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
What I'm saying is, in the reconciliation, harmonization of those conflicting provisions in the conference committee, in the way I understand it, you cannot just insert provision that is not german or related to the subject matter, which is the restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution, so that if you will insert provisions that are not generally related or not german to the restrictive economic provisions, I think that is out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. That is precisely why I pointed out in this, when both houses did not come together yet, no? And decide on common proposed amendments, no? As I've said, ang sa Senado ngayon is it's not only about economic provisions, no? They want to also discuss some political amendments, no, related to democratic representation, no?
In the resolution of both houses of Congress filed by Senator Win Gatchalian, that's RBH1, it says resolution of both houses of Congress proposing amendment to certain restrictive economic provisions of 1987 on Article 12, 14, and 16. Pareho sa atin, sa RBH2.
I'm referring to the, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the Tolentino de la Rosa, I think, resolution, no? Which did not limit to economic provisions in their proposed amendments, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm saying here, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, considering that both House, separately, the House is, while it limits its amendments, proposed amendments to economic provisions, certainly the House cannot dictate on the Senate to also limit its proposed amendments to economic provisions. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? No, owing to the bicameral nature of our Congress. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Sa aking pagkakaintindi ay upos na upos ang Senado pagdating sa panukala sa pag-amenda sa mga political provisions. Ang akilahong positibong nare-receiving mensahe ay pagdating sa restrictive economic provision ng ating saligang batas ay meron silang pag-asa o pwedeng pag-usapan pagdating lang sa economic provisions ng ating konstitusyon.
Yes, but that will not erase the fact or that indeed some political amendments can be discussed and even proposed in the Senate. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
I fully understand your anticipation. Pero hindi naman po natin pwede diktahan yung proceedings doon sa Senado. At tayo lamang po dito, kung pag-uusapan natin yung ating proceedings dito sa panukalang pag-amenda sa ating konstitusyon, ay nakatutok lamang po tayo sa restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution. So premature pa ho na or i-preempt natin yung kanilang aksyon doon sa Senado.
We're not, yes, good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, we're not preempting, but we're just exploring the possibilities, no? Considering, as I've said, no?
that we are separately discussing proposed amendments, no, to the Constitution. Now, in the event, for example, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that indeed, in the event, no, in the realm of possibilities, that the Senate version of its resolution contains some amendments, not limited to economic amendments, and this proceeding goes logically to a conference bicameral conference meeting. Will the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, state for the record whether or not the good sponsor will support a proposed amendment to the Constitution later on that contains political amendments, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
I've stated already, Mr. Speaker, that any proposal or insertions of any provisions not related to restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution, to me, is out of order, even in this plenary and more so in the conference committee. Ang layunin po ng ating pag-aamenda sa konstitusyon, alinsunod po sa RBH 2, na ang may akda po ay ang ating speaker ay tumutok lamang po sa restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution.
Salamat, kagalang-galang na sponsor and Mr. Speaker. Siguro po sa iba pang mag-interpellate in the coming days ay tatalakayin din uli yung procedural matters, no? Kaya mararapatin ko na pong pumunta sa iba pang mga usapin, no? Especially doon sa substantial na usapin sa pagbabago ng ating saligang batas, no? Na binanggit nyo nga po kanina, you already mentioned, this is not actually the first time, this is the third time that such amendments are being proposed, no, on the protectionist provisions of our Constitution, no? As it is now, it appears that we are on a rush, no, as compared to the previous attempts, no, to open up our economy to foreign investments, no. In fact, we are using this COVID-19 pandemic now as the reason in proposing amendments to our Constitution. Is that a correct appreciation of why we are doing this, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Because I heard during sponsorship speeches that the current crisis aggravated by this pandemic is one reason why we have to push for the amendment, no, of this protectionist provision. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Maliho yung impresyon na minamadali po natin. In fact, ito ho ay pagpapatuloy ng usapin sa proposed amendments to the Constitution. In fact, in the committee level, based on the record, nagkaroon ho tayo ng 8 committee hearings. 5 was done by former chair, now Deputy Speaker Rufus Rodriguez. And during my chairmanship, 3 ho yung ating hearing sa committee level. Naimbitan ho lahat ng mga eksperto sa ekonomiya, nagtuturo sa iba't ibang universidad, sektor ng ating ekonomiya, lalong-lalo na ho yung mga negosyante, mga namumuhunang dayuhan, those who are members of the Joint Foreign Chamber of Commerce. So, in fact, if you will talk about the timing, I think, as I always say, it is always the right time to do the right thing. And the right thing is really to lift the restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution. In fact, it is long overdue. Marami na hong sinayang natin na oras dito since the 13th Congress when it was first proposed to amend the Constitution. So, matagal na ho yung debating ito.
Salamat, kagalang-galang na sponsor. Ang binabanggit ko po na nirarush natin, no, ay yung nabanggit ninyong kailangan buksan na ang ating ekonomiya. I'm not saying that we are rushing the processes here in the House, no, but Ang binabanggit ko pong we are rushing is to open up the economy because of this crisis now, no? This pandemic that we are experiencing, no? At nahihirapan ang ating mga kababayan. But as I observed, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, no? Ito yung pagkakaiba ngayon, no? Nung mga nakaraang panahon, ang emphasis is on attracting more FDIs. But now, nadagdagan, no? Nadagdagan ng kadahilanan itong ang pandemya ng COVID, no? Now, with the kind indulgence of the good sponsor, I still have a lot of questions pertaining to this second part of my interpellation. But may I request Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, for a continuance, as I was alerted by the floor leader that some matters for third reading will still be up for consideration, if the good sponsor will allow, and the good speaker will also allow.
Thank you, Congressman Zarate. And likewise, thank you to the Honorable Chairman, Majority Leader.
We pose no objection to giving the gentleman from Bayan Muna Party List a continuance of his interpellation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before we proceed with the consideration of resolution of both houses number 2, may I request that we recognize the guests of the Honorable Speaker Lord Alan Velasco and Deputy Speaker Michael Romero, who are in the gallery right now. They are the following: Bishop Roberto Gaa, Bishop of Novaliches; Bishop Jose Colin Bagaforo, National Director, CBCP Caritas Philippines, Bishop of Kidapawan; third, Father Antonio Labiao Jr., Executive Secretary of the CBCP Caritas Philippines; Father Tito Kaluwag, Coordinator, Building Networks Compassion Project, CBCP Caritas Philippines; and Ms. Jing Henderson of Caritas Philippines.
May we ask our guests to rise? Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, resuming the consideration of resolution of both houses, I respectfully request that we recognize the Senior Deputy Majority Leader, Jesus Crispin Remulla, for his interpellation.
Congressman Remulla, are you ready? Honorable Remulla, are you ready? Yes, you may proceed.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker, sa pagkakataong ito. Isang magandang hapon sa ating sponsor ng RBH 2, Resolution of both Houses number 2. Yun po ang ating tawag sa pag-uusapan natin ngayong hapon. Tama ho ba, Mr. Sponsor?
Tama po. Resolution of both houses of Congress number 2, which seeks to propose amendment to the Constitution, specifically Article 12, 14, and 16 of the 1987 Constitution.
Kapag sinabi ho natin na resolution of both houses, ang ating pong sinasabi rito ay ang ating Kamara, ang House of Representatives, at ang Senado ay magkatugma at magkasundo sa pagbibigay ng ganitong usapin para sa taong bayan. Bale, sinasabi ho natin, it is a resolution of both houses. Tama ho ba yun?
Well, yun po yung form na isinasaad sa ating rules na when we propose amendment to the Constitution by Congress exercising its constituent power in a separate session, ang dapat hong i-file natin na resolution ay resolution of both houses of Congress, which contains the proposed amendment. This is Congress exercising its constituent power in a separate session.
Kaya kagaya na sinabi kanina sa mas nauna ho sa akin, ang usaping ito ay ginagawa natin sa ilalim ng ating rules via the legislative mode. O sa paggawa ng batas, yun ang ating sinusunod ngayon na pamamaraan upang gawin itong charter change proposal. Tama ho ba?
Tama po. Sa pamamaraan ng ating kapulungan, ang sinasabi ho ay proposals for amendment to the Constitution shall undergo the procedure for the enactment of bills. And sabi nga ho doon sa Section 15, Paragraph 2 ng internal rules ng Committee on Constitutional Amendments, ito nga ho yung pamamaraan na isinasaad. At ito na ho yung sinusundan ng resolution of both houses of Congress na ang walang ibang may akda kundi ang ating Speaker.
Ngunit, hindi lang ho ito ang natatanging paraan upang palitan ang ating saligang batas. Meron pa hong ibang pamamaraan. Tama ho ba?
Tama po. Yung pangalawang pong pamamaraan ay Constitutional Convention. Yung pangatlo po ay People's Initiative.
Ngayon, yung People's Initiative mukhang mahirap gawin sapagkat nung pinag-aralan ng COMELEC ang gawaing ito, sabi nila ilang bilyon na magiging gastos kung sino man ang may nais gumawa ng People's Initiative mode. Tama ho ba? Mas mahal pong aabutin kung People's Organization ang magpropose para ho dito. It's too expensive a proposition for whoever wants the People's Initiative to flourish. Tama ho yun.
Well, ang sinasaad po ng konstitusyon ay pagdating sa People's Initiative, piecemeal amendments lamang. Kumbaga, hindi po pwedeng mag-propose to revise the Constitution. At tama po kayo, pagdating sa gastusin, talagang magastos yung People's Initiative dahil it requires the verifications of the signatures of the 3% votes or 3% who signify to amend the Constitution in each
Of every district.
of every legislative
Bawat
district
every legislative district
in the entire country.
sa buong Pilipinas.
So that kung may isa lamang na legislative district fails to deliver 3% of the signature of the registered voter ay magpapalya para sa akin yung People's Initiative. Kasi ang sinasabi at ang pinapanukala ng ating konstitusyon ay dapat each legislative district.
Ngayon, sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas, marami na ho tayo naging saligang batas. Bibilangin natin ang Malolos Constitution, ang 1935 Constitution, ang 1973 Constitution, at 1987 Constitution. Tama ho yun, no? Iyon po yung mga saligang batas na pinagdaanan ng ating bansa sa ating kasaysayan bilang isang bansa.
Tama ho kayo, ang naabutan ko lang po ay 1987 Constitution. Yung iba pong mga konstitusyon, hindi po pa ako pinanganak.
Yung tatlong saligang batas na nagkaroon tayo, sa Malolos, meron silang parang CONCOM, di ba? Nagkaroon ba sila ng Constitutional Convention? Paano sinulat ang Malolos Constitution?
Parang ganun yun, no? Narinig ko rin ho yun. At, pero hindi ako makakapagsabi na yan ay based on facts. Pero no, in fact, in the 1935, 1973, they provide also for a modes wherein Congress can propose amendments to the Constitution as well as call for constitutional convention.
Mas kilala natin ang 1935 Constitution at 1973 Constitution at 87. At sa tatlong yan, sa 1935 Constitution, nagkaroon tayo ng Constitutional Convention. Lahat ng delegado ay elected para lang gumawa ng saligang batas. Sa 1973, ganoon din, nagkaroon tayo ng 1970 Constitutional Convention, pero nagkaroon ng martial law at natapos ito 1973 nung may lawmaking power ng presidente. At noong 1987, revolutionary government, isang constitutional commission ang nag-usap-usap upang gumawa ng isang saligang batas. Mga delegado na nominado ng Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas na si Corazon Aquino. Tama ho yun, no?
Tama po yun.
Ngayon, ang ginagawa natin ngayon ay kakaiba sapagkat ito yata ang unang pagkakataon. Bukod, ang parity amendment ba ho ay ginawang amendment sa Constitution na ginawa ng Kongreso o ito po ay ginawa rin ng CONCON?
Yung alin po? Yung
Ilang pagkakataon na ba nagkaroon ng pagbabago ang saligang batas na ang gumawa po ay Kongreso?
Yung 1987 Constitution po ay gawa ng Constitutional Commission, 1986 Constitutional Commission. Opo. So yun lang ho yung aking sigurado. Hindi ko po napag-aralan yung paggawa ng 1973 at 1935. Lalong-lalo na po yung, kasi yung evolution ng ating Philippine Constitution starts with the 1899 Malolos Constitution, and then nagkaroon ng
35?
Philippine Organic Act of 1902, and then sumunod po yun ng 1935 Constitution, and then nandun yung Jones Law of 1916,
1916?
and then 1973 Constitution, and then we have the 1986 Freedom Constitution, and we have at present the 1987 Constitution, which was adopted by the Filipino people on February 2 of 1987. So 34 years old na po ang ating konstitusyon.
Ngayon, kung sa pag-uusapan ang pagbabago na gagawin natin sa saligang batas, kailangan ang gawin natin, ginagawa natin ngayon ang debate rito sa plenary hall. Ngunit, sa forma ng inyong pinaliwanag sa committee hearings, tila nawawala ang Senado sa usapin. Ano ba ho ang papel ng Senado sa charter change?
Well, yung papel nila ho ay binigyan din sila ng kapangyarihan ng ating konstitusyon to propose amendments or revision to the Constitution. Ayun ho yung nakasaad sa Article 17, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution, that when you speak of Congress, it speaks of the Senate and in the House of Representatives. And the Constitution specifically made Congress as a constituent assembly by virtue of that power granted to, in the said article, Article 17 of the Constitution.
So ang tingin nyo, ang inyong sinasabi rito, hindi tayo pwedeng gumalaw kung wala ang Senado. Ang sinasabi nyo, voting separately, pag hindi bumoto ang Senado, wala na mangyayari sa charter change. Yun ang sinasabi nyo.
Ganun ho yung wordings o yung salita ng ating konstitusyon.
Ano ho nakasulat sa Constitution? Pakibasa po.
Ang
Yung
sinabi
specific
ho ng
provision
ating konstitusyon,
ng 1987 Constitution.
Article 17 speaks of amendments or revision. Section 1, and may I read, any amendment to or revision of this Constitution may be proposed by, number 1, Congress, upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members.
Yun. Tapusin natin doon, ha? Doon muna tayo. Congress by a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Sino ba ho ang Congress?
Congress, when you speak of Congress, it speaks of the House and the Senate.
Kaya malinaw. Malinaw po na 3/4 of Congress, kumbaga ho, sa Latin, verba legis rule ang ating pinag-uusapan. Malinaw na malinaw ang sinasabi 3/4 of Congress ang boboto para mag-propose ng amendment sa Constitution. Tama ho yun.
Klarado ho kasi na ang ating saligang batas, ang sinasabi o ay ang Kongreso. And we
Yun.
speak of,
Hindi malinaw po yun, no? Ang Kongreso, hindi niya sinabi na 3/4 of both houses voting separately. Wala hong sinabing ganon ang ating saligang batas.
marami hong interpretasyon.
Hindi ho interpretasyon ang tinatanong ko. Kasi ang batas natin, alam naman natin, as lawyers, when the law is clear, there is no room for interpretation. Tama ho yun o mali?
Well, para sa akin ho, sinasabi nga ho natin that ang Kongreso, pag sinabi nating Kongreso, base sa nakasaad sa Article 17, Section 1 ng ating saligang batas, it speaks of the House and in the Senate. So, and it says also that by a vote of 3/4 of all its members, meaning yung membro ng Senado at ng Kongreso.
Iyon po ang inyong interpretasyon, ngunit hindi po yun ang sinasabi ng saligang batas. Ang sinasabi ng saligang batas, Congress by a vote of 3/4 of all its members may propose amendments to the Constitution. Tama ho. Yung exact wording ng Constitution, yung binasa nyo kanina. Di ba ho ganon?
Congress.
By a
The
vote of
Congress,
3/4.
comma, upon a vote of 3/4 of all its
Yun.
members.
Maliwanag, no? Congress by a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Hindi kagaya ng 1973 Constitution, ano ang sabi ng 1935 Constitution? Naalala niyo ba yung sinabi ng 1935 Constitution?
Well, when you speak of members under Article 6, these are not individual senator or individual representative. It is the Senate and the House.
Hindi, kasi
So that it
ito,
means 3/4 of the Senate and para sa akin, 3/4 of the House. And yun din ho yung sinasaad ng ating resolution of both houses of Congress. But I fully respect your opinion and your
hindi,
interpretation.
it's not an opinion, it's a statement of the words of the Constitution. Hindi pa ho ako nag-interpret. Ako ho, ang sinasabi ko lang, these are the words of the Constitution. Why are we interpreting it when it's very clear na yun po ang sinabi? Hindi po ako nag-interpret, wala pa akong interpretation. Ang sinasabi ko lang ho, yung exact wording ng ating saligang batas. Di ba ho? Congress by a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Ano ho ang sinabi sa 1935 Constitution? Sa pagdating po sa amendment ng Constitution.
Klarado ho, ang sinasabi, ang Kongreso. When you speak of Congress, we have to interpret it in such a way that we have a bicameral Congress.
Hindi natin pinag-uusapan yun.
House and the
Ang
Senate.
pinag-uusapan lang po natin dito, exact words of the Constitution. I'm not asking for any interpretation. I'm just asking you if you agree with my premise that this is how the Constitution was written.
Uulitin ko po, pag binasa po natin at malinaw na ang sinasabi sa Article 17, Section 1, the Congress, upon the vote of 3/4 of all its members. So when you speak of Congress, it is the House and the Senate. And we speak of also of members under Article 6. These are not individual senator or individual representative. It is the Senate and the House. So that means, para sa akin, and alinsunod na rin sa RBH 2, it means 3/4 of the Senate and 3/4 of the House of Representatives.
Kasi ho, yung ating sinasabing ganyan, malinaw na malinaw, sa 1935 Constitution, ang sinabi niya, Congress, by a vote of two houses, by a vote of 3/4 of all its members, with both houses voting separately. Malinaw po yan sa 1935 Constitution, di ba ho?
Ang pagkakaiba po kasi sa ating konstitusyon ngayon, 1987 Constitution, doon sa 1935 Constitution is that in 1935 Constitution, it is explicit that Congress in a joint session assembled by a vote of 3/4 of all its members of the Senate and of the House of Representatives voting separately may propose amendment to the Constitution.
Yun,
Sabihin,
malinaw, no? So sinabi niya
malinaw.
na.
Ngayon,
Yung 1935 Constitution, nilinaw niya na both houses voting separately by a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Tama ho, no? 1935 Constitution.
klarado ho yung provision.
Malinaw. Mas malinaw ang 1935 Constitution.
Malinaw yung 1935 Constitution
Malinaw
na
ho, no?
dapat voting separately.
Yun.
Pero ngayon po, ang sinabi lang, ang sinaad lang sa ating saligang batas ay
Congress,
Congress
by a vote of 3/4 of all its members.
by vote of 3/4 of all its members. Pero hindi gusto hong sabihin na voting jointly yon. Dahil if you will compare it to 1935 Constitution, klarado ho yung 1935 Constitution. Dapat voting joint, in a joint session din. Gusto
Joint session
sabihin,
din.
hindi rin kailangan sa ating konstitusyon ngayon na magkaroon tayo ng joint session.
Kaya, ang tingin nyo ba, yung mga miyembro ng 1987 Constitutional Commission, 1986 Constitutional Commission, ay pinag-aralan din ng ating naging saligang batas noong 1935 at 1973 bago nila sulatin ang mga katagang yan? Ito ba ho'y pinag-aralan? Ang tinatanong ko sa inyo, yung mga members ng 1935 Constitutional Convention at 1986 Constitutional Commission ay pinag-aralan nila yung kanilang mga sinulat at pinag-aralan nila yung ibang saligang batas bago sila gumawa ng bagong saligang batas.
Sa tingin ko naman po, pinag-aralan nila ng maigi.
Oho. Kaya, kung talagang yun ang intensyon, sa tingin ko ho, nilinaw na nila. Kasi nakasulat na dati yan sa 1935 Constitution, bicameral legislature, katulad na meron tayo ngayon, pero nilinaw talaga. Naging malinaw na 3/4 of all its members voting separately. Di ba ho? No? Yun yung 1935 Constitution.
Para sa akin, malinaw yung Congress by a vote
3/4 of all its members.
When you speak of Congress,
naniniwala
it is
kayo?
the Senate and the House.
Naniniwala ho kayo na ang Senate po natin ay may veto power sa House. Mas mataas po ang Senado kaysa sa ating kapulungan. Yun po inyong paniniwala.
Sa tingin ko naman po ay hindi naman ganon yung intensyon. Except that ang pag-aaproba ng anumang panukala sa ating saligang batas ay hindi nakasalalay sa ating mga mambabatas. In fact, it is the people who has the power to ratify.
Yun. Yun ang gusto ko marinig. Kasi, ang trabaho ng Kongreso ay mag-propose ng amendments at ang boboto nito, ang magdidesisyon, ay taong bayan.
Well, tama po kayo. That is based on their power of ratification and based on the principle that sovereignty resides in the people and all government authorities
Yun.
emanate from them.
All government authority emanates from the people, sovereignty resides in the people. Yun po ang prinsipyo natin sa ating saligang batas.
I fully agree with you, Senior Deputy Majority Leader.
Kasi ang nangyayari ho ngayon, parang hindi yata pinag-uusapan itong pagbabago ng saligang batas sa Senado. Ito ba'y nakarating na sa may committee report na ba ho ang Senado tungkol dito sa saligang batas natin?
Wala pa ho. Nasa committee level pa lang ang kanila.
Nakailang hearing na ba ang committee ng constitutional change ng Senado? Nakailang hearing na ho ang ating Senado tungkol sa usaping ito ng charter change?
Sa aking pagkakaalam ay isa pa lamang po.
Isang hearing. At kung hindi nila gawin to, ay parang nag-asaya tayo ng laway at papel at oras sa ating trabaho rito sa mas malaking kapulungan ng Kongreso ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Baliwala na ang ating ginagawa kung ayaw ng Senado.
Sa tingin ko mayroong silang obligasyon na nakapalaman sa ating konstitusyon to push for those meaningful constitutional reform, especially kung ang isang probisyon sa ating konstitusyon ay outdated na o kumbaga it is no longer responsive to the needs of time.
Kaya ang nangyayari ho ngayon, yung 24 na tao lang ang magdidesisyon kung ang taong bayan ay boboto o hindi tungkol sa charter change. Kung ayaw ng Senado o wala sa mood o wala sa tamang timpla ang Senado, pwede hindi na nila pag-usapan to at kalimutan na natin ang taong bayan. Yun po ang inyong sinasabi. Okay lang yon. Nakalimutan tayo ng Senado kalimutan na ang taong bayan kung ayaw ng Senado. Tama ho yun.
Well, wala pa hong okasyon or pangyayari na isang sitwasyon na kumbaga inaksyonan natin yung isang panukala sa pag-amenda sa konstitusyon at ito ay hindi binigyan ng pansin ng Senado. Siguro ho, magiging test case ito kung maaprubahan natin ito sa third reading at i-transmit natin sa Senado at hindi ito bigyan ng pansin, baka yung ang iyong pong hinala at agam-agam ay baka nga po.
Kasi ano ho ang kasaysayan ng ating bansa, ilang presidente na ang nagsabi na kailangan palitan o baguhin ang ilang kataga ng saligang batas, ngunit kahit kailan, panahon ni Pangulong Ramos gusto niyang palitan ang saligang batas, hindi pumayag ang Senado. Wala nang nangyari. Panahon ni Pangulong Pangulong Estrada, naging usapin din ang saligang batas, ngunit hindi rin ginalaw ng Senado. Panahon ni Pangulong Arroyo, naging usapin din ang charter change, hindi rin ginalaw ng Senado. At panahon ni Pangulong Noynoy, ewan ko lang kung nagkaroon ng effort sa charter change, pero wala rin nangyari. Ang sinasabi ko rito, sa ating karanasan, may veto power yata talaga ang Senado sa atin. Pag ayaw ng Senado, wala na magagawa ang taong bayan sa mga pagsususog na ginagawa natin dito sa mas malaking kapulungan ng Kongreso, wala na tayong bilang. Ang Senado lang ang masusunod. Yun ho ang gusto nyo mangyari.
Well, tama ho yung inyong obserbasyon. Sa katagal-tagal na hong nakabinbin ito sa Kongreso ay talagang hindi ito
Pero
umuusad.
sa kaduluduluhan, sino ho ang magdedesisyon tungkol sa ating saligang batas? Sa kaduluduluhan, ano po ang magiging palakad at paano ho magdedesisyonan na magkaroon ng pagbabago ang saligang batas? Sino po ang magdedesisyon?
Sinabi ko na ho kanina that it is the people, ang taong bayan who is the source of all government powers, including powers in the Constitution.
Yun. Yun ang gusto kong marinig kasi ang nangyayari po sa atin, kahit ano ang gawin natin na tayo ay mga representative, no? Tayo ay mga kinatawan ng taong bayan sa bawat sulok ng Pilipinas. Kinatawan tayo ng taong bayan. Kompleto ho tayo. Lahat ng distrito, 255 legislative districts. Tama ho ba yun? Ilan ho legislative district natin? Halos ganun na ho, no? At 304 na tayo rito ngayon. Sa lawak ng ating membership dito sa Kamara, represented na natin ang buong Pilipinas. Tama ho?
Tama po.
Ngayon, pag sinabi ng Senado na ayaw namin, kami ang prima donna, kami lang ang pwedeng masunod. Bali wala yung taong bayan, kami lang ang masusunod. Papayag ba kayo doon?
Sa akin ho, ang katanungan.
Kayo ba'y pumapayag na sabihin ng Senado na kami lang ang masusunod, hindi ang taong bayan?
As I've said earlier, the power to ratify any proposed amendment to the Constitution belongs to the Filipino people.
Yun ang gusto kong marinig. Kasi sa kaduluduluhan, ang pinag-uusapan dito, yung boto ng bawat tao sa lansangan, bawat tao na naroon sa karagatan upang maghanap buhay, naroon sa bundok, naroon sa factory, naroon sa barangay hall, lahat ng tao, lahat ng nagtuturo, lahat ng mamamayan. Hindi ba sila dapat ang nasusunod sa ating pong sistema ng gobyerno at hindi po 24 na tao lang na nagsasabing ayaw namin yan?
Well, tama po kayo.
Kung gayon, marahil, huwag tayo magsasalita ng patapos. Kasi kagaya niyan, tatanungin kayo kung anong ating patakaran na sinusunod para mag-charter change. Ang sinasabi natin, ang rules of the House of Representatives. Tama ho? Diba?
Meron ho tayong pamamaraan sa pag-amenda sa ating Constitution.
Pero, hindi lang ho yan ang paraan na nakasulat sa ating rules of the House, di ba? Marami hong nakasulat na ibang mga bagay sa ibang batas na dapat nating tingnan para tayo ay magbago ng saligang batas. Hindi lang po yung house rules natin. Tama ho?
Tama po.
Kagaya niyan, kung gusto ho natin mag-constitutional convention, majority lang ba kailangan?
Two-thirds.
Two-thirds, no? Dati, sa 1973, sa 1935, majority lang, di ba, ang kailangan?
Opo, pero
Of both
all
houses.
for a CONCOM, two-thirds vote of all members of the CONCOM.
Konkon, sa konkon. Oh. Pero, yun, ba't hindi natin ginagawa yun? Ano ho ang tingin nyo kung konkon na lang ang ating gawin? Para talagang wala na hong prima donna. Lahat ay pantay-pantay, bawat distrito ng bawat sulok ng Pilipinas. Bakit hindi ganun?
Well, in the final analysis po, bawat isa sa atin bilang representante ng ating ng taong bayan ay may pananagutan sa taong bayan. Kung hindi man umakto yung Senado, ay let the people judge them on not acting on this meaningful constitutional reform.
Ano ang nakasulat sa saligang batas tungkol dito sa Constitutional Convention? Pakibasa ho yung mga kataga na nakasulat sa Article 17 para ho marinig na ng taong bayan tungkol po sa Constitutional Convention para maging malinaw po ang ating usapan.
Alin po yung mga kataga? Ano yun?
Yung tungkol sa Constitutional Convention po. Ano nakasaad sa ating saligang batas? Di ba? Ang sabi nung pwede ho tayong tumawag ng Constitutional Convention by a vote of two-thirds of all its members. Hindi pa rin ho sinabing voting separately. May sinabi ba hong voting separately? Wala rin, di ba ho? No.
Well, tama po kayo.
Tapos, ang sabi nga, submit the question of calling for a CONCON. Tanong natin sa taong bayan kung gusto ng CONCON, majority vote lang ng ating members, di ba ho? Pwede natin patakbuhin sa plebisito kung gusto ng tao na palitan natin ang saligang batas.
Pakiulit po yung tanong.
Di ba, ang unang-una, yung Constituent Assembly, yung konsepto ng Constituent Assembly na pinag-usapan sa kaso ng Gonzales versus Comelec, na upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Yun po yung unang-una, di ba ho, na Constituent Assembly. Walang sinasabing voting jointly or voting separately.
Well, tama ho kayo.
Pagdating sa pangalawa, ang sinabi, pwede ho tayong magpatawag ng Constitutional Convention, o CONCON, by a vote of two-thirds of all its members. Hindi ho sinabing kasama ang Senado o hindi kasama ang Senado, o voting jointly o voting separately, two-thirds of all its members, pati po sa pagtatawag ng CONCON.
Kasi ho, kalakip yung Section 1 at Section 2. It's all by Congress. Congress can directly propose amendment to the Constitution by a vote of 3/4 of all its members.
Yeah.
Or call, it is we who will call for a constitutional convention. Opo, by a
Vote
vote
of two-thirds.
Opo.
Of all its members.
Well, kung yun o yung nakasaad sa
Yun ang nakasaad, di ba?
konstitusyon, tama
Walang
ho kayo.
sinabing voting jointly or voting separately. Two-thirds of all its members, pwede na tayo mag-CONCON. Tama ho. Correct. Tama ho yun.
I still subscribe to the view that whenever we call or propose amendment to the Constitution, even calling for a constituent or for constitutional convention, it will be voting separately po.
Pero alam niyo ho ang sinasabing verba lehis non est residendum. Plain meaning rule.
Tingnan nyo po, yung kung gaano kung pagkaakda ng Section 1, the Congress, upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members or Constitutional Convention. Nag-uumpisa pa rin po ito doon sa isinasaad na isang institusyon na ang tinutukoy ay Kongreso.
Pero sa ibang saligang batas, pinaghiwalay nila ang boto. Dito, hindi pinaghiwalay ang boto ng mga framers ng 1987 Constitution. Wala ho sinabing voting separately or jointly. Di ba ho?
Tama po.
Ngayon, kung babasahin natin ang buong saligang batas 1987, malinaw na malinaw ang mga kinakailangan gawin ng bawat house. Sabihin natin, para ho ma-break yung tie for President and Vice President elections, sabihin mo, nag-tie. Ano ang boto? Majority of all the members of both houses voting separately. Tama?
Well, tama po kayo.
Yan. Pagdating ho sa nomination ng Vice President, if there is a vacancy, upon confirmation by a majority of all members of both houses voting separately. Malinaw ho yun. Nasa saligang batas yun. 1987 Constitution, di ba ho?
Tama po kayo.
Ayan. Pagdating po sa estado ng Presidente when he is unable to discharge his powers and duties, 2/3 of both houses voting separately. Nasa 1987 Constitution po yan. Tama ho?
Tama po kayo.
To revoke the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus and the proclamation of martial law, majority of all members of Congress voting jointly in regular or special session. Tama ho yun.
Ano yung provision po?
Yung sa martial law, to revoke the proclamation or the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus or the proclamation of martial law and or majority of all members of Congress voting jointly in regular or special session. Tama ho yun.
Tama po.
Ngayon, nabasa niyo ba ho yung naging usapin tungkol dito sa pag-revoke ng suspension of writ of habeas corpus and the proclamation of martial law? Nabasa niyo ba ho ang debate ng Constitutional Commission tungkol sa bagay na ito?
Yung minutes of the constitutional deliberation, tama po.
Yung minutes ng deliberation ng Constitutional Commission of 1986 for the writing of the 1987 Constitution. Nabasa niyo ho ang mga usapin dito sa revocation of the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus or the proclamation and the proclamation of martial law. Nabasa niyo ho na ang debate tungkol dito sa bagay na ito.
I pass upon the minutes of the
Ang
constitutional.
naging malinaw po rito, sa, kumbaga sa gusto natin mag-interpret, basahin natin ang ating minutes ng deliberations ng Constitutional Commission, ayaw nilang magkaroon ng tie. Ang gusto nila, matapos kagad makadesisyon ng Korte Suprema, at pag may boto na yung two houses, walang basta may boto na yung Senate at House, jointly, sinasabi nila para walang tie, para walang deadlock. Di ba ho, yun ang naging intensyon ng ating framers ng 1987 Constitution?
Well, totoo na there are some provisions in the Constitution which says that Congress should vote jointly. But in the case of amending the Constitution, what it says is that by a vote of 3/4 of all its members, always Congress, by a vote of 3/4 of all its members.
Kaya nga,
Hindi pwede natin baliin dahil lamang sa nagkakailang provision doon sa konstitusyon.
Kasi ang tingin ko ho, sinadya nila yan. Kaya nila sinadya yan kasi magkakabotohan na naman sa unicameral at bicameral na nanalo lang ng isang boto at para lang wag na lumaba ang usapan, pumayag sila na tapusin na lang yan. Ewan ko lang. Pero tingnan po natin yung iba. Ano sabi sa Section 3, Article 3, Section 3, Number 3, Article 11 ng Saligang Batas? Para to affirm or override the committee report on the filing, on impeachment, filing of the articles, ano ang kailangan? 1/3 of all the members of the House. Di ba ho? Ngayon, to constitute itself as a constituent assembly, ayan, sa parehong chart yan, 3/4 of all its members. Yun lang, di ba? Ngayon, to call for a concon, 2/3 of all the members of Congress. To submit to the electorate the question of calling for a convention, majority vote of all its members, of all the members of Congress. Sa constitutional change sa Saligang Batas, talagang sinabi nila, of all its members lang ang Kongreso. Wala ho silang ginawang voting jointly or voting separately. Ang sinabi lang, of all its members. Consistent po yan, tatlong bagay na nakasaad sa Article 17, iisa lang po ang sinabi. Tama ho yun?
Tama po, Congress by a vote of 3/4 of all its members.
Kaya marahil, meron talagang ibig sabihin ang ating mga sumulat ng Saligang Batas na huwag tayong padadala sa prima donna attitude ng ibang tao. Ang sinasabi lang dito, sinasabi ko sa inyo, sa kaduluduluhan, hindi naman tayo nagbabago ng Saligang Batas. Ang taong bayan ang boboto para baguhin ang Saligang Batas. Tama ho yun.
I totally agree. Any proposal we approve here remains a proposal. Meaning we can propose anything, but we cannot conclude because it is the Filipino people base sa kanilang power to ratify wherein they can accept or
Kaya ang
reject.
tinatanong ko sa inyo ngayon, kung hindi ho gumalaw ang Senado, anong gagawin natin? Kung hindi ho gumalaw ang Senado, baliwala ito. Echepuera tayo, hindi na nila gagalawin. Tapos na, wala na tayong pag-uusapan.
Those
Uwi na
are
lang tayo,
areas
iyak na
that
lang tayo.
we can ask the Supreme Court because the proposal to amend the Constitution, including the manner in which it can be done, can be subject to a judicial review.
At ang kaduluduluhan, sino ang magdidesisyon kung papasa ang mga susog na pagbabago sa Saligang Batas? Sino ho ang magdidesisyon kung papasa ang mga amendment na ito?
Ang taong bayan pa rin po.
Ang taong bayan. Hindi ho 24 na tao. Hindi ho tayo. Hindi ang
Tayo lamang ho ay ginawang kinatawan.
kinatawan
Para-
tayo na nagbigay ng tanong sa taong bayan kung papayag sila dito o hindi. Di ba ho? Ganun yon.
Tama po.
Ngayon, ito'y unang parte pa lang ho ng aking pagtatanong sa inyo kasi alam ko na meron tayong time limit so dito. Kaya sana po ay pagbigyan ako ng ating floor leader sa susunod na pag-usapan muli itong bagay na ito at sa second round po ng ating usapin. Kasi napakahalaga po ng pagkakataong ito sa taong bayan ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Sa kaduluduluhan, ang magdedesisyon sa pagbabago ng Saligang Batas ay ang taong bayan. Sa kaduluduluhan, ang maapektuhan ng mga pagbabago na nais iharap natin sa taong bayan ay taong bayan din. Kung meron tayong pagkakamaling gawin, taong bayan din ang magdurusa. Kaya sana ay pagbigyan po ako muli ng ating floor leader na magtanong muli sa inyo sapagkat ito po ay part 1 lang ho ng usapin na nais ko pong pag-usapan sa bluwagang ito sapagkat napakahalaga na matutunan ng taong bayan ang trabaho ng Kongreso para po malaman nila na tayo po ay nandito, tumatayo para sa kapakanan ng ating bayan at marahil para na rin sa kasaysayan ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Salamat din ho, Senior Deputy Majority Leader Boyeng Rimulya, dahil inilatag niyo ho yung tunay na esensya ng democratic and republican state, that it is the people who is the source of all government powers. In fact, under our declarations of principle and state policy, sovereignty resides in the people and all government emanates from them. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat to the Honorable Remulla. Likewise, maraming salamat din sa ating butihing Chairman, Honorable Garbin. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of resolution of both houses number 2.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on third and final reading House Bill number 7174. And may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the House Bill and call the names of the roll of members for nominal voting.
Secretary General?
House Bill 7174, an act prohibiting the use and display of commercial billboards during typhoons. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 7174. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Jong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista Bendigan, Bautista, Belmonte, Benitez, Berno, Biason, Billones, Piron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabotchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cuanco, Collantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhayin, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Fer Juliet, Fer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Groseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halusos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kai Chong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Wamenal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valmayor, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 7174. Abaya, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acosta, Adjong, Agaraw, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Arenas, Umentado, Bagatsing, Banyas Nograles, Baronda, Bautista, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Kanama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Enzilsaldi, Coangco, Cueva, Dalipe, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, Duhali, Di Faustino Ino, Erice, Ermita Buhay, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Fortun, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Halushos, Co Wilton, Lagman, Liachon, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nunez Malanyaon, Pichay, Pineda, Romulo, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salo, Sanchez, Silverio, Singson, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Talyado, Tan Alisa, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, T. Alan, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 205 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 in abstentions, House Bill number 7174 is hereby approved on third and final reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 7814. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and therefore call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General is recognized.
House Bill 7814, an act strengthening drug prevention and control, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9165 as amended, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002. Roll call of members. In consideration of House Bill number 7814, Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Umentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro
Mr.
Fedinil,
Speaker,
Kayata-
Mr. Speaker, my vote is, Mr. Speaker,
Congresswoman Castro, you're recognized.
my vote is no, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve my right to explain my vote later.
Secretary General, please note.
Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariala Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Collantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Inod, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Fer Juliet, Fer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guroseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halusos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Balañao, Nuaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa,
Mr. Speaker.
Congresswoman Kimbo is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I will submit a written explanation. Thank you.
Secretary General, please note.
Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Congressman
Mr. Speaker.
Santay, you recognize.
Yes, my vote is no, and I reserve my right to explain my vote.
Noted, Congressman Santay. Secretary General, please go ahead.
C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waycorat, Zarate, Zubiri.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I will explain my vote later. Thank you,
Noted.
Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, please note.
Second call for House Bill number 7814. Honorable members Abaya, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acosta, Adjong, Agaraw, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Arenas, Umentado, Bagatsing, Baños Nograles, Baronda, Bautista, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Kanama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizalde, Coangco, Cueva, Dalipe, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, Duhali, D. Faustino Ino, Erice, Ermita Buhayin, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Fortun, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Halushos, Co Wilton, Lagman, Liachon, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nunez Malanyaon, Pichay, Pineda, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salo, Sanchez, Silverio, Singson, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Talyado, Tan Alisa, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, T. Alan, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 189 members voting in the affirmative, 11 in the negative, and 8 abstentions, House Bill number 7814 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Secretary General, please call the members who signified their intention to explain their vote.
Explanation of votes for House Bill number 7814. Honorable Kimbo.
Honorable Kimbo, may we remind the members that you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Mr. Speaker, babasahin ko po ang paliwanag ng no vote ni Honorable Jose Christopher Belmonte. May I proceed, sir?
Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon, sa gyera sa droga, madaming namamatay sa maling akala. Pati mga law enforcers natin, sila nagkakapatayan na nga. Nais natin silang tulungan mahabol ang talagang mga nasa likod ng salot na droga at iligtas ang mga biktima nito. Pero the way nakasulat ang batas ngayon sa mga alanganing presumptions at presumptions on presumptions na ipinapasok natin, lalong maraming inosenteng mapapahamak sa maling akala. At mas malamang sa malamang ang mga ordinaryong mamamayan na walang kinalaman, mga biktima at nagamit namang ang maiipit ng batas na ito, hindi yung mga talagang drug lords at drug syndicates na dapat managot sa batas. Para sa akin po, at dapat para sa lahat ng sakop ng batas na ito, ang pinakamahalagang akala ay ang nasa ating Constitution na presumption of innocence. Pasensya na po, I vote no to House Bill 7814.
Thank you, Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
Timbo. Secretary General.
Honorable Castro.
To my neighbor, Honorable Franz Castro. You have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My neighbor, my beloved neighbor. Bagaman may positibong amyenda na naipasa kaugnay ng media personalities na magko-cover ng drug operation na wag silang gawing testigo sa kaso at purely journalistic purpose ang kanilang gagawin sa anumang operasyon. Ngunit, Ginoong Speaker, bumoboto ng no ang kinatawang ito mula sa ACT Teachers Party List sa House Bill 7814 o ang pag-amyenda ng RA 9165 o ang Comprehensive Dangerous Act of 2002. Alam naman po natin na kung gaano kadugo at kasalimuot ang war on drugs ng Duterte administration, lalo na sa mga mahihirap nating kababayan. Laganap ang Oplan Tokhang at pagpatay kung saan idadahilan na lamang na ito na nanlaban. Ngunit, malinaw sa ating rule of law, kahit na nanlaban at merong namatay, at kahit nanlaban ang riso ng ating mga operatiba, kailangan pa rin imbestigahan kung bakit namatay ang sinuman. Kung babalikan po natin, halos 6,000 drug personalities ang napatay simula nung maupo si Pangulong Duterte ayon sa report ng PNP. Hanggang nitong nakaraang taon. Huwag po nating kalimutan ang walang laban ng mga biktima ng pamamaslang dahil sa tokhang at ang laganap na abuso sa karapatan. In fact, Mr. Speaker, marami dito sa mga namatay ay hindi man lang na-inquest ang kanilang mga kaso. Ngayon ay nagpasa na naman tayo ng panukalang batas na mag-aamyenda sa Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act kung saan maaring mabaliwala ang karapatan ng mamamayan sa presumption of innocence until proven guilty. Sa panukalang batas na ito, mas binibigyang diin ang presumption of guilt kahit wala pang due process, investigation o hearing. Tulad na lang ng senaryo na may nakitang droga sa'yo, pwede ka na agad makasuhan na presumed importer, exporter o seller nang hindi pa nagkakaroon ng masusing imbestigasyon at maaari naman itong planted evidence. Idagdag pa, Mr. Speaker, kung ikaw ay within the vicinity ng lugar kung saan may droga o kagamitan, ikaw ay presumed part na rin ng drug transactions or illegal activities. Halos lahat ng acts under the current law ay nilagyan ng word na presumed, quote-unquote. Ibig sabihin ay wala nang ligtas ang mamamayan dahil kailangan mo pang patunayan na ikaw ay inisente dahil kung nahatulan dahil ikaw ay guilty sa mismong pagkakataon na yon. Ilan lamang po yan sa madaming senaryo ng presumption of guilt. Kung pagbabasihan ang mga ito, napakadelikado ng mga amyendang ipinasok sa Kongreso. Mas lalong madidiin ang mamamayan na hindi dumadaan sa due process ay mapapatawan agad ng verdict. Ang drug war ng gobyerno ay laban sa mga mahirap at hindi naman doon sa mga malaking drug lords or syndicates. Muli, Ginoong Speaker, ang boto ng kinatawang ito ay no. Salamat po.
Honorable Ilago.
The Honorable Sara Elago is recognized via Zoom.
Ang representasyong ito ng mga kabataan ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill number 7814 o panukalang batas na mag-aamyenda sa Comprehensive Dangerous Act of 2002. Tutol dito ang kabataan dahil palalakasin lamang nito ang madugong tukhang o drug war ng Administrasyong Duterte na laban sa mga may hirap at matagal nang nagdulot ng panganib at mga pamamaslang mula sa palpak na programa, labat-bat ng mga abuso sa otoridad, paglabag sa due process at mga karapatang pantao. Si ICC Prosecutor Fatou Bensouda in their December 2020 report po, she said that there is a reasonable basis to believe that crimes against humanity were committed in the Duterte administration's war on drugs. Just this February, Mr. Speaker, no less than DOJ Secretary Minardo Guevara announced to the United Nations that the Philippine police did not follow protocol in anti-drug operations pertaining to coordination with other agencies and the processing of the crime scene. World Organization Against Torture and the Children's Legal Rights and Development Center further reported that from July 2016 to December 2019, at least 122 children were killed under Oplan Tokhang as quote-unquote nanlaban, mistaken identity, and collateral damages. Moreover, at least 201 drug suspects were killed during the pandemic, according to PDEA, on top of their 5,856 declared drug suspects killed as of August 31. Human rights groups, however, claim that the death toll could be as high as 27,000 as of September 2020. Sa mga ganitong findings, Mr. Speaker, paano natin maipagkakatiwala sa PNP ang pagpapatupad ng ganitong batas at mga amyenda rito? Lalo't na sa panukalang ito ay pahihintulutan na rin silang mag-deputize ng non-law enforcement members sa pagpapatupad ng batas na ito. No doubt, Mr. Speaker, this will embolden vigilantes in their murderous rampage to act with impunity. Mula po kay Justin Lopez, Michael Alpina, Reynaldo de Guzman, kay Kian de los Santos, Carl Arnaiz, sila po ay ilan lamang dun sa mga kabataan at bata na ang pagkapas lang po ay naging sangkot ng war on drugs na ito. Sa batas na ating pinag-uusapan, Ginoong Speaker, mawawalan rin ng saysay ang kaunang hustisya na nakamit ni Kian dahil sa maraming disputable presumption clauses na napaka-prone po sa abuso. Hahayaan po ba nating maulit pa ang nangyari kay Kian na dahil lamang nasa pareho kang lugar na may mga gumagamit di umano ng drugs, suspect ka na agad. Maaari kang barilin taniman o sabihang nanlaban bilang nakapapahamak na abuso ng mga pulis. Bukod na kailangang iwaksi ang mga naturang presumption clauses na lalo't ginagawa nitong lehitimo ang nangyari kay Kian at kinakailangan ng mga mas mabigat pa na penal clauses para sa mga pulis at iba pang authorities na nagtatanim ng ebidensya at nagkukomit ng extrajudicial killings. Ang pinakakailangan po sa kagyat ay mawakasan na ang mismong anti-mahirap at palpak na madugong drug war o Oplan Tokhang na matagal nang dapat di nagpapatuloy at kailangan nating isulong, Ginoong Speaker, ang hustisya at pananagutan sa mga naging biktima nito. Kaya ang boto ng Kabataan Party List ay no sa House Bill number 7814. Ang boto na ito ay laban sa mismong pagpapalakas ng Oplan Tokhang na nagbabaliwala sa mga karapatan at buhay ng mga bata, kabataan at sambayan ng Pilipino. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Elago. We now call on the Chairman of Human Rights, Congressman Bong Suntay. Chairman, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My vote is no, not because I do not want to strengthen our laws on dangerous drugs, but because of my belief that the need to protect an individual's right against wrongful prosecution is stronger. When crimes occur, societies often cannot know for certain if a suspect is guilty or innocent. Consequently, societies must grapple with what type of mistakes they will tolerate more. Sometimes punishing or scrutinizing innocent people, or sometimes allowing the guilty to go free. Our Constitution and our system of government have long erred on the side of protecting innocence. Thus, we presume an accused person's innocence until they are proven guilty. As the preeminent English jurist William Blackstone wrote, "Better that 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent suffer." Benjamin Franklin even went further, arguing it is better 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer. Lest I be misconstrued, we all want illegal drugs to be totally eradicated from our society. And I am in full support of this administration's campaign against illegal drugs. And in this respect, I would not want our country to become a transshipment destination of dangerous drugs. However, as a lawyer, I do not want to send the wrong message to the PDEA, to the police authorities, and the prosecution that an accused may now be convicted on mere presumptions. House Bill number 7814 is not simply amending the Comprehensive Dangerous Drug Acts of 2002. It is revising the penal laws of our country. It contains more than 20 presumptions of guilt for certain criminal acts committed by anyone that will result in the penalty of life imprisonment. Under these proposed amendments, a person may now be convicted on the basis of presumptions. This is unconstitutional because they run contrary to the constitutional presumption of innocence. Section 14, paragraph 1 of the Bill of Rights of our Constitution states that no person shall be held to answer for a criminal offense without due process of law. Section 14, paragraph 2 of the same Bill of Rights is more emphatic in declaring that in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall be presumed innocent until the contrary is proven. In any criminal prosecution, the accused is guaranteed of his right to be presumed innocent until the contrary is proven. This presumption of innocence is a guarantee that no person shall be convicted of a crime except upon confession or unless his guilt is established by proof beyond reasonable doubt. This is a fundamental concept under the Due Process Clause of the Constitution, which under Section 1, Article 3 of the Bill of Rights states that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any person be denied the equal protection of laws. Given the powers that the state possess, a person's guilt should be proven by the accuser. It should not be the responsibility of the accused to prove his innocence. With this, Mr. Speaker, my vote is no.
Thank you to the Honorable Suntay. Next on the list is the Honorable Zarate. May I explain your vote, sir?
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ginoong Speaker, bumuboto po ng no ang kinatawang ito sa House Bill number 7814 na naglalayong amendahan ang Republic Act 9165 o ang Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act. Habang kasama ang Bayan Muna at ang Makabayan Black sa mga co-authors ng panukalang batas na ito, at lumahok sa mga talakayan ito sa level ng komite, nauna nang iniatras ng kinatawang ito ang pagiging co-author dahil sa pagtutol sa ilang probisyon sa panukalang batas na ito. Kinautawa po natin ang nagaya ng inihaing House Bill number 2995 ng aming bloke, ini-exempt ng panukalang batas na ito ang mga miyembro ng media sa pagpirma sa inventory ng mga supposedly nahuling mga droga. Sa kasalukuyan, Ginoong Speaker, na ilalagay sa peligro ang mga miyembro ng media sa posibleng pagganti ng mga sindikato ng droga. Na-expose din sila sa prosecution para sa perjury at iba pang paglabag sa tuwing mayroong irregularidad sa anti-drug operations. Ikinagagalak din ng kinatawang ito ang paglagay sa mga safeguard na probisyon tulad ng pagre-require sa paggamit dapat ng body camera at iba pang rekisito na dokumentasyon na siyang magpapatunay sa pagiging regular ng isang drug operation at ang probinsyon sa pagdadagdag ng karampatang pananagutan ng mga opisyal na magiging guilty sa pagtatanim ng mga ebidensya. Subalit, Ginoong Speaker, mariing tinututulan ng kinatawang ito ang pag-smuggle o ang pagtatakda ng parusang kamatayan or death penalty bilang maksimum na parusa na makikita sa Section 11 ng Panukalang Batas. Naninindigan ang bayan muna at ang buong bloke ng makabayan na hindi dapat gawing parusa ang kamatayan sa mga krimen. Ayon na rin sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema sa People versus Mateo, GR number 147678-87, 71.77% ng mga kasong hinatulan ng kamatayan ay mali. Kaya binapababaan nito ang mga parusang ito. Naniniwala din ang kinatawang ito na ang solusyon sa problema ng droga, dahil ito ay isang komplikadong problema ng ating lipunan, ang parusa rito ay hindi kamatayan, kundi ang mahalaga, ang solusyon dito ay kasama ang rehabilitasyon at ang pagturing sa krisis na ito bilang krisis ng kalusugan. Ginoong Speaker, dagdag pa rito, mariing tinututulan ng kinatawang ito ang paglalagay ng napakaraming assumptions or presumptions kung saan ipinapasa sa mga akusado ang burden of proof. Ayon sa Section 14 ng ating ng ating Bill of Rights, in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall be presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. Subalit, sa pamamagitan ng mga presumptions na ito na ipinasok sa panukalang batas, binabaliktad na ito sa kasalukuyan. Kinakailangang patunayan na akusado na siya ay inosente sa halip na ang nag-aakusa, ang Estado, ang dapat magpapatunay na siya ay nagkakasala. Sa panukalang batas na ito, Ginoong Speaker, kalaban ng isang mamamayang Pilipinong pinagbibintangan, totoo man hindi ang buong makinarya ng Estado. Kaya't nakakapangamba ang mga ganitong dagdag na presumptions. Lalo't higit, Ginoong Speaker, na sa panahong ito, ang nagtutukhang na ay ang mismong mga pulis at PDEA na mismo. Sila na po ang nagtutukhangan. Dahil sa mga kadahilanang ito, bumuboto ng no muli ang kinatawang ito sa House Bill number 7814 na naglalayong amendahan ang Republic Act 9165 o ang Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Zarate. Secretary General, are there anybody else in the list? So before we proceed, I was informed by the Secretariat of a correction in the results of the nominal voting on House Bill 7814 due to a technical error in the posting of a vote. So the correct voting for affirmative, instead of 189, the final vote is 188. For negative, it's the same at 11. For abstention, instead of 8, is 9. So it means that one member has voted to abstain. In view thereof, let the records reflect the said result. Secretary General, please note. So there's one more person who would like to explain his vote. That's Honorable Mark Go through Zoom. Congressman Go, can you hear us?
Hello.
Please proceed, Congressman Go.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues. This representation recognizes the need to rid this country of the enemy, that is the continuous proliferation of illegal drugs. I understand that our current system is in need of improvements, be it in law and in enforcement. I commend the honorable authors of this bill for their noble intention in spearheading reforms, but I cannot in good conscience support the bill in its current form. I fear that in our earnest zeal and commitment to ending illegal drug use and trade in this country, we may run afoul constitutionally guaranteed rights, particularly on matters which are potentially prone to abuses. It is in this regard that this representation attempted to introduce several amendments to the bill, which unfortunately were found to be unacceptable by the good sponsor. The current proposal, which would allow apprehension and prosecution based on presumptions, has understandably raised such concern from our constituents. And I understand the good intentions of my honorable colleagues, but it is most prudent to proceed with caution. Before we can move forward, we have to allay the fears of the public, and we can only do that when we ourselves, as their advocates here in Congress, are fully satisfied that the provisions of whatever proposal we come up with will be welded only with due restraint and clarity of purpose. Still, I hope that one day we see a version of a bill that would truly help us in this fight against illegal drugs, one which does not put innocent lives at risk and with enough safeguards to protect our guaranteed rights. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I manifest my abstention to House Bill 7814. Thank you very much at magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Go. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 8741, and thereafter direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and call the roll of members.
Secretary General, please read the title.
House Bill 8741, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Franciscan Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act Number 8736, entitled An Act Granting Franciscan Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio broadcasting stations anywhere in the Philippines where frequency and/or channels are still available for radio broadcasting. Roll call of members. In consideration of House Bill Number 8741, Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fedinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Collantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Quaresma, Cueva, Gulyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Los Montalya, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Ariel Yodong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guruseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haluso, Xavier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kay Chong, Lopez Leola, Lasotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariana Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañao, Waminal Olivares, Ong Jose Ong Roni, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Teada, Teves, Arnulfo Teves, Jose Tianco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutorti, Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 8741. Abaya, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Adjong, Agaraw, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Amentado, Bagatsing, Banyas Nograles, Baronda, Bautista, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Kanama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Chongalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cuangco, Cueva, Dalipe, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, Duhali, Di Faustino Ino, Ericer Ermita Buhayin, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Fortun, Garin, Janet Garin Sharon, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Halusos, Co Wilton, Lagman, Liachon, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mariño, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nunez Malañaon, Pichay, Pineda, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salo, Silverio, Singson, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, Si Alvarado, Talyado, Tan Alicia, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, T. Alan, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 214 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8741 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we transmit all the approved House bills approved on third reading to the Senate, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is so directed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill number 413 from the Committee on Metro Manila Development to the Committee on Local Government. House Bill number 737 from the Committee on Public Works and Highways to the Committee on Metro Manila Development. House Bill number 1486 from the Committee on Welfare of Children to the Committee on Justice. House Bill number 3197 from the Committee on Women and Gender Equality to the Committee on Justice. House Concurrent Resolution number 12 from the Committee on Rules to the Committees on Justice and National Defense and Security. House Concurrent Resolution number 13 from the Committee on Rules to the Committees on Justice and National Defense and Security. House Concurrent Resolution number 14 from the Committee on Rules to the Committees on Justice and National Defense and Security. House Concurrent Resolution number 15 from the Committee on Rules to the Committees on Justice and National Defense and Security. Speeches of Representatives Culiamat and Romero delivered on February 16, 17, 2021, respectively regarding the violence on children done by the police, University of San Carlos, Talamban Campus, Cebu City, from the Committee on Public Order and Safety to the Committee on Human Rights. House Bill numbers 8280, 8444, 8474, and 8592 from the Committee on Health to the Committees on Health and Information and Communications Technology, and House Resolution number 1536 from the Committee on Health to the Committees on Health and Information and Communications Technology.
Are there any objection? There is a move to change the referrals of all the House bill and House resolutions. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of resolutions of condolences, and may I direct the Secretary General to read the title of the House resolutions.
Secretary General.
House Resolution 1612, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of the Honorable James J. Gordon Jr., former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Zambales during the 10th, 11th, 12th Congress. House Resolution 1618, resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the death of the first female governor of Lanao del Sur, Princess Tarhata Alonto Lucman.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of the adoption of House Resolution 1612 in consolidation with House Rule numbers 1567 and 1577.
All those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1612 and in consolidation with House Resolution 1567 and 1577, and likewise, that was both. The motion was for two. Isa lang, okay. So House Resolution 1612 in consolidation with House Resolution 1567 and 1577 is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of adoption of House Resolution number 1618 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Secretary General.
House Resolution 1618, resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the death of the first female governor of Lanao del Sur, Princess Tarhata Alonto Lucman.
Let's put to a vote. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the House Resolution number 1618.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1618 is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to insert and be made part of the records a manifestation dated March 1, 2021 by the Honorable Representative Lucy Torres Gomez with respect to House Bill number 7174. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also move that we insert and be made part of the records a manifestation by the Honorable Deputy Speaker Eduardo C. Villanueva and the Honorable Domingo C. Rivera dated February 24, 2021, a manifestation expressing their deep reservation with respect to the approval on third reading of House Bill number 8648.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Joseph Stephen Paduano.
The Minority Floor Leader is recognized. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the minority, I move to nominate and elect the following members. To the Committee on Accounts, Rep. Angelica Natasha Co, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Agrarian Reform, Rep. Isagani Samatong, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Agriculture and Food, Rep. Sergio Daguoc, Vice Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Appropriations, Rep. Maria Victoria P. Umali, Vice Rep. Stella Luz Kimbo. Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, Rep. Ferdinand Gaiti, Vice Rep. Stella Kimbo. Committee on Basic Education and Culture, Rep. Sara Ilago, Vice Rep. Stella Luz Kimbo. Committee on Constitutional Amendments, Rep. Godofredo Ngoya, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Dangerous Drugs, Rep. Angelica Natasha Co, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Energy, Rep. Gabriel Bordado Jr., Vice Rep. Stella Luz Kimbo. Committee on Foreign Affairs, Rep. Euphemia Colyamat, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Games and Amusement, Rep. Jose Bonito Singson, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Good Government, Committee on Health, Rep. Alex Advencula, Vice Rep. Stella Kimbo. Committee on Housing and Urban Development, Rep. Jose Bonito Singson, Vice Rep. Stella Luz Kimbo. Committee on Human Rights, Rep. Euphemia Colyamat, Vice Rep. Argel Kabatbat. Committee on Interparliamentary Relations, Rep. Ferdinand Gaite, Vice Rep. Carlos Sarate. Committee on Justice, Rep. Maria Victoria Umali, Vice Rep. Argel Kabatbat, and Rep. Sergio Daguok, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Metro Manila Development, Rep. Ferdinand Gaite, Vice Rep. Stella Luz Kimbo, and Rep. Irene Gay Saolog, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Legislative Franchises, Rep. Angelica Natasha Co, Vice Rep. Janet Garin. Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise, Rep. Bonito Singson, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. And Rep. Arlene Brosas, Vice Rep. Stella Luz Kimbo. Committee on Mindanao Affairs, Rep. Euphemia Colyamat, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on National Defense and Security, Rep. Godofredo Goya, Vice Rep. Argel Kabatbat. Committee on Natural Resources, Rep. Maria Victoria Umali, Vice Rep. Argel Kabatbat. Committee on Public Accounts, Rep. Sergio Daguok, Vice Rep. Bayani Fernando, and Rep. Irene Gay Saolog, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Public Order and Safety, Rep. Godofredo Goya, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Public Works and Highways, Rep. Maria Victoria Umali, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. Committee on Science and Technology, Rep. Angelica Natasha Co, Vice Rep. Argel Kabatbat. Committee on Sustainable Development, Rep. Angelica Natasha Co, Vice Rep. Stella Kimbo. Committee on Trade and Industry, Rep. Franz Castro, Vice Rep. Stella Luz Kimbo. Committee on Transportation, Rep. Lawrence Fortun, Vice Rep. Arnolfo Teves. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, Committee on Youth and Sports Development, Rep. Bonito Singson, Vice Rep. Argel Kabatbat. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the good minority floor leader and the members nominated are hereby elected. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up the additional reference of business and may request the Secretary General to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as our communications and committee reports.
Secretary General.
Additional reference of business, committee report. Report number 786 of the Committees on Justice and Appropriation on House Bill number 8850. Report numbers 787 to 789 of the Committees on Tourism and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 8851 to 8853. Report numbers 790 to 792 of the Committee on Legislative Franchise on House Bill numbers 8860 to 8862.
To the Committee on Rules, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until tomorrow, March 3, Wednesday at 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Session is suspended until March 3, 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Dito na tayo, dito na tayo.